Operation. Welcome to the stream, guys. Uh, as promised, I'm back. I think this is day 4 of the streak. Very excited that we are on a multi-streak streaming daily streams. If you don't know, so pretty much we're trying to stream every day as long as we can. I feel like we've been slacking a bit. Inconsistent streams leads to inconsistent results and inconsistent just energy. So anyway, we're just trying to get that a little bit patched up. So trying to get these daily streams done for you guys. Now, bunch of stuff that we want to get to today, and I don't know how you guys want the lay of the land to be today or the topics to go down. By the way, is everybody online? I think everybody should be online. Welcome to YouTube, and of course, my few people who be on Facebook. Okay, so bunch of topics to get to. Obviously, the big topic is still the fallout of Kendrick Lamar performing at the Super Bowl. A lot of people have that really twisted. Like, nobody's mad at Kendrick Lamar. I don't think Kendrick Lamar makes his decision himself. I think people are more concerned, or not really concerned, but they're frustrated because I think a lot of people thought this was a moment that, a legend like Lil Wayne could have got his flowers, seen at the Super Bowls in New Orleans. And I think it's more of a Jay-Z thing than Kendrick, right? Clearly, right? Obviously, Kendrick's going to continue whatever petty beef he got with Drake, but that is to be expected. I think the majority of people started to analyze the roles that the other powers that be played a part into it. And then you start to peel back the layers and you wonder, are these moves being done just because maybe other people got problems with Drake, or maybe some of these niggas, and I've termed Jay-Z, he's a generational hater. He's a generational legendary hater. And I showed you some examples last night, and I think a lot of people caught on to it. Some people spoke up, including the Queen, Nicki Minaj. Birdman chimed in. A lot of people gave their opinions, basically saying, hey, listen, and for y'all Kendrick fans, I get y'all be bored, but sometimes y'all gotta just know when to shut the fuck up too, okay? No one's attacking Kendrick here, right? I think the majority of the conversation is about really speaking up for Wayne, if more than anything, right? So that's kind of where the conversation is. And people have kind of spoke out about it, right? Now, we'll kind of get into some of the nuance of that because I've heard from both sides, and I want to represent the point of view of multiple sides here, not just maybe what I only think. Some people have said Wayne is a horrible performer, and they're like, yo, they're like, I've seen a couple examples of his recent performances, and they're like, would you want this guy to be headlining the Super Bowl? Now, I'm going to be honest, the videos I was shown, they were horrible. Forgetful lyrics, like he couldn't remember his lyrics. Low energy, sometimes rapping off beat. Again, sometimes you can blame it on the mic system, this and third, and the in-ear, but still wasn't the best performances. And by the way, I always say, like, rap is filled with a bunch of people that don't really know how to perform. Like, I remember when Young Thug, the first couple of years of his career, he was terrible at performing. A lot of times rappers get on stage and hope the song makes the performance. Oh shit, you're performing a milli. We're going to sing it word for word. So pretty much all you got to sit there and just walk up and down and do the rapper thing. There is no choreography. There is no routine. There is no shtick. Sometimes the most you'll see these rappers do, they might have like a tour version or a performance version of their song. But rap concerts are usually pretty garbage, to be honest. And I understand why there hasn't been many rappers that's headlined the Super Bowl, because in reality, I've gone to a lot of these rap concerts. Travis Scott's an amazing performer, but I've given criticisms of other artists that I've been to their concerts, and they're just rapping over the original track. It's like they just play the iTunes version, they just rapping over that. You get what I'm saying? And half the time they're putting the mic to the crowd. They want the crowd to sing. They don't want to do that. They just show up to get a check. So I kind of understand sometimes, that there are criticisms about performance when it comes to hip hop. And, there are a handful of people who give great performances. By the way, again, as I said, I'm going to be fair as much as I can today. Kendrick is a really good performer, right? He's a really good performer. Now, I don't know if necessarily the performance is what actually is like the determining factor of why you get that act there. I think it's kind of bigger than that. And this is gonna sound a little sacrilegious. I didn't like Rihanna's performance. Rihanna was pregnant. That was the big thing. She was pregnant. She couldn't do too much. She barely did anything. And she got a pass for that because people wanted to see Rihanna. Like, we didn't see Rihanna in years. People love Rihanna. And her being there was enough. People gave her the pass for not having the best performance because of clearly she was pregnant. So again, I don't know if necessarily the Super Bowl is just the place where you got to get the best performer. And again, we could also get into some people are saying, well, Kendrick could have brought out Wayne. Now, that's only for the people who are trying to be like sarcastic or stupid, right? Like, Lil Wayne is not coming out as a special guest to perform 2 songs in his hometown for Kendrick Lamar, while Kendrick Lamar is going to be performing the pedophile anthem of the year like 6 times. No, she's not going to do that, right? Like, just not going to happen. First of all, he wanted to headline. Second of all, Drake's his man, so he's not going to like be a part of that, right? So that's just not how it's gonna go down. And by the way, I do think that Kendrick is somehow going to save this. I keep telling y'all, Kendrick is Jesus in hip-hop form. Meaning this. And I mean to other niggas. He could do no wrong. So even though I don't think today, I think most of these criticisms, it should be aimed at Jay-Z, not Kendrick. But this is the first bad press I've seen Kendrick get in about a year, where he could even be next to something that looks like his bad press, even though it wasn't his fault. And I think he's going to save this by whenever the performance happens, I think he's going to pretty much galvanize and bring together and give the looks to New Orleans and specifically Louisiana that people, whatever we're talking about today, we won't be talking about the day after the Super Bowl. You get what I'm saying? That's, he's really good at carefully, kind of shaping his own narrative, and also like, he's good with execution. So, obviously we're dealing with this conversation now, but I do believe that whatever Kendrick ends up doing, it's going to take all this into account. And I keep telling y'all, he's hip hop version of Jesus. So people will be fine. Okay. We'll kind of get into that a little bit. We might not just start with that off the rip because we also got to get into what Nicki Minaj said. And obviously Birdman chimed in. But I did want to start off with an unrelated topic real quick. It's a real quick topic, nothing too crazy. But if you guys didn't know, football player, wide receiver Tyreek Hill, he got arrested on Sunday, which is, Sunday was yesterday or 2 days ago. He got arrested right before the game while he was trying to enter the stadium, okay? If you guys are familiar with Florida, when you see the video, you're gonna be like, oh, he's trying to turn, like, that's his road. You kind of turn into the Hard Rock Stadium. Passerbys filmed him being thrown to the ground, put in cuffs, and people were wondering what the heck was going on. This is the video that was filmed by some people. So, yeah.
No, it's actually Tyreek.
Yeah, so he was. You also see a Rolls Royce pulling over. Apparently, he's one of his teammates. Apparently, this was earlier in the morning. They play at 1. I don't know what time they have to show up at the stadium, but yeah, they were showing up. You get what I'm saying? Okay. Anyway, there was other videos that kind of showed him not only in cuffs here, but it showed him on the ground. And yeah, it kind of looked like the police were being super heavy-handed with him. I remember yesterday when I was talking to either, what was it, AJ or Aiden, I specifically said, listen, everybody know I love police. I'm the type of nigga, not only do I believe in Second Amendment rights, that I could protect myself legally with weapons, but I'll call the cops on you too. And that's for any and everybody. So I am somebody who support using law enforcement, okay? However, I do think there are some bad apples in the bunch. So I think I'm a fair and neutral arbiter when it comes to this. I'm not one of them niggas like fuck 12, you know what I'm saying? But I'm also not one of them niggas that says police could just do whatever the fuck they want, especially the people of color, because we do know it's a slippery slope. It could go any way where you see crazy tragedies happen like the Sally Massey thing. Anyway, I did say I wanted to see the body cam because this looked crazy. Like this looks crazy here. he also he caught a touchdown. He was making some gestures like he was putting his hand behind his back, sending a message. He later did an interview, or like a post-game interview talking about what happened. Tyreek Hill, post-game. Yeah, he talked about quickly what happened. Yeah, he did this, like simulating him get arrested, and he talked about this.
What that guy or guys would have did, you feel me? And what if I wasn't Tyreek Hill? Lord knows, like, what that guy.
So his, he was talking about the arrest. No, that's him talking about football. But he essentially said,
right now, so I've been trying to figure that out too. Man. Right now, I'm still trying to put it all together. So I'm not gonna give you a version that I still don't know what happened. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to be able to use this platform to say, like, what if I wasn't Tyreek Hill, bro? Like, worst case scenario, because it's crazy. Like, I want to be a cop one day. I got a state trooper hat, all that, so I got a lot of respect for cops, man. But obviously, everybody has bad apples in every situation, so I want to be able to, use this platform, to figure out a way to, like, flip this and, make it a positive on both ends, on my end and then also Miami-Dade,
Now, what's interesting, remember, he's the biggest star, pretty much damn near, on the team. He plays for the Dolphins, so he's in that area. And you would think that the police, if anything, they would probably be giving a pass to, like, the players, even if they were doing fuck shit, because that's the hometown team. Obviously, those police officers are getting paid overtime to work the stadium. Like, they're at the perimeter of the stadium, they're getting paid overtime money, which is usually a lot of fucking money, right? Like, more than their normal cop money, like just doing patrol in the neighborhoods.
So that way we can team together and, do something positive for the community, because that's what it's all about, bro. Like, you guys are here to, like, protect.
Okay. Anyway, the body cam footage leaked, and I want to hear what you guys think, and I'll give you my opinion after we watch the whole thing. Here we go.
Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Why don't you have your seatbelt on? Like what? Why do you have it up?
Now, I'm sorry, I always do the pause and shit, but it appears that they pull up on him and they're knocking on his window hard, right? That guy. I don't think he has a body cam on, the one we're seeing right now in the footage. So I guess he puts the window down and he's saying, bro, don't be knocking on my window like this, right? My boy is in his McLaren, he's looking clean. He's about to go get like 3 touchdowns at the game. The stadium's in the back over here, by the way, right? So he's like, what the fuck? Why are you knocking on my window? Like, what the fuck? Like, there's a way you could get someone's attention, tell them put their window down without banging like you're about to try to break a nigga window. So he says that to them, and looks like the police, instantly feel like he's challenging their authority. And you'll see what he does next.
What you gotta do? Hey!
Now, he puts his window back up. And, this is the only body cam footage everybody's using right now. We don't know if, like, they said, like, license and registration, and he gave it to them, then put the window up. But regardless, I did see some people who made the point. They're like, yo, you can't expect a cop to let you put up a darkly tinted window while they're on a traffic stop. Nigga, you could be pulling out a gun. You could be doing whatever. Now, granted, we could use some, common sense here. Like, that's Tyreek Hill. Why would he do that? But, for the people who, think about cops during their normal duty when they're not dealing with a celebrity, that's just not a thing they normally allow. Like, bro, we don't know if you about to go put a gun, do some shit. We want to be able to see you, right? So they start banging on the window, and let me play.
Keep your window down. Hey, keep your window down. Keep your window down. I'm gonna get you out of the car. As a matter of fact, get out of the car.
Give me that.
Get out of the car.
Give me that. I'm gonna break that freaking window.
Get out of the car. Get out of the car right now. We're not playing this game. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get.
Now this nigga definitely ain't getting no box from his wife earlier this morning, man. This nigga been on 10.
Ow! Damn. What part of law don't you understand? Hey, Drew, I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting arrested.
Now, it appears he was on the phone with his agent. Drew Rosenhaus is a very popular football agent. That nigga's, he's gotten money off all these popular athletes. I don't know how.
I'm getting arrested, Drew. I'm getting out, bro. God dang.
Wait, my mic is low? It's because I'm not shouting today. So, okay. If my mic is... All right, I got y'all. Sorry, Chad.
Twin?
When we tell you to do something, you do it. You understand?
I'm getting out.
You understand? Not what you want, but what we tell you.
I'm getting
You're a little
out.
fucking confused.
I'm getting out, bro.
Too late.
Chill,
Too
bro.
late.
All right, bro. Take
Too
me to
late.
jail, bro. Do what you gotta do, bro.
We are. We will.
Good, bro.
It is good.
Hey, Drew. Hey,
Don't worry about it. I hung up the phone. You stop crying.
bro. Y'all
Don't move.
good. Bro, you
Sit 'em
beating
up.
on my window like you crazy.
You set him up?
Why y'all beating on my window like y'all crazy for? Damn, yo, bro, dude beating on my window like he crazy. I ain't do nothing, twin. Damn.
Hey, don't park there. Don't park there.
Hey,
Now, the Rolls Royce is one of his teammates who clearly, recognizes his car and pulls over.
hold on.
Now, they're telling him to have a seat on the curve, so he's telling him, chill out. Just give me a second, Now, if you don't know, and he's going to tell the cops, he's an athlete, but he had, some type of foot surgery before. So it's taking him a second, and he's not trying to also go down incorrectly to get injured. Of course, his livelihood depends on his ability to stay healthy.
Bro, I just had surgery on my knee. Bro. I just had surgery on my knee, bro.
I just tell you in your ears when we go there with the window down.
Chill, bro. Hey, Joe New, bro.
Back up.
Hey, call Drew. Hey, call Drew.
So he's telling him, call my agent.
Bro, call Drew. Hey, call Drew, bro. Hey, what? Hey, call Drew, bro. Just call Drew. Hey.
I'm not doing anything. I'm not doing nothing. What am I doing that's wrong?
Hey, listen.
Hey, listen. Hey, man, they got Tyreek. The cops over here beating on him, man.
Listen.
They over here beating on Tyreek,
Listen, big
man.
man. Don't park there, man. Just get in
Hey,
the
yo,
car.
hey, Drew, you gotta come, man.
Just get in the car.
Straight up the side, on the side of the,
Hey, get in the car. You're parked in the middle of the street.
I'm in the car.
You gotta go before you get a ticket.
Hey, you're in the car.
Who's the driver? This is my car.
All right, move.
All right, I'll take that.
You gotta move right now.
I'm coming, man.
Let me have your license. You're gonna have ticket too.
I'm coming.
Let me have your license. You're gonna have ticket. Let me have your license.
I'm leaving.
I'm not playing. Let me have your
I'm
license.
leaving. Yo, what's
Your
going
license
on?
right now.
Sir, what's going on,
Your license
man?
right now. You're not gonna give me your license?
Get in the car and leave.
You're not gonna give me your license?
I'm leaving.
Let me have your
I'm
license.
leaving,
Your
man.
license
I'm
right now.
leaving. Sir, you want me to
Hey,
leave?
your license right now.
I'm leaving.
Or I'm gonna lock you
He
up.
just told
Your
me to
license
leave.
right now.
He just told me to
Your
leave.
license right now.
Sir, he just-
You're dealing with me now.
Sir.
Your license right now.
Now, I ain't gonna lie. Hey, and as I said, I'm somebody who, in many situations, when people getting at the cops, I could see the nuance to it because I understand they gotta do a job. These cops are tweaking, right? I'm gonna be honest with you. This is kind of one of those really textbook examples of cop sees black man, nice car, jewelry around his neck, and instantly feels offended by any action that doesn't submit to their authority. So what they do is they escalate it to a point. Now you getting taken out the car, slammed on the ground, sit on the curb. This guy, he's pulled over like, yo, what's going on over there? Okay, I get it. They tell him, yo, you got to get out of here, whatever. Then the one guy says, get out of here. This guy comes over like, nah, you about to get a ticket. Like, yo, this is extreme abuse of power. This is like really disgusting, to be honest. But I'm going to be honest with you. You have to be happy that this happened to Tyreek Hill, because at least we're going to get some follow through with this, where we're going to have to hear what the police chief is going to say, what the mayor is going to say about this. Because in reality, the way how these dudes are acting, and this is another thing too, with all due respect to these police officers, if y'all ever watch police officers when they encounter men, like other men, that is physically superior to them or that looks bigger than them, taller than them, they usually instantly, it's almost like fear. And it's kind of like the problem with policing, right? This is what people say a lot about, like white cops in black communities. When a cop is in fear, they go to their instinctual training of trying to get control of the situation, but sometimes that gets violent and that could result in somebody dying. The mere fact that this dude is a football player issues no threat. He's not like approaching them. He's not doing nothing, but the dude is like 6'5", right? Big ass nigga with muscles. All of a sudden, you get this damn cop who's turning the fuck up now. Like he's almost trying to, he's trying to make it a situation that he has to use some type of force. So it's kind of sad because, of course, if it's not Tyreek Hill, I think nothing comes out of this, or it might even get to the point where somebody dies. So again, apparently this cop, I don't know if it was all of them, but apparently this cop in particular got put on administrative leave. Let me see if I could, police administrative leave, Tyreek Hill. They're going to investigate the whole situation. However, I got to be honest with you. Again, the difference between like a good cop and a bad cop is not like a cop that just blatantly breaks the rules. It's like a cop that realizes that even though you have a gun, a badge, and you have certain things that empower you as a police officer, your job is to de-escalate. Like this ain't like about ego and trying to out-thug another person or out-tough that other person. Like your job, every policeman job is serve and protect. So you're supposed to try to de-escalate. You're supposed to be like, yo, what's going on with you? Like, well, why are you, if you're dealing with somebody nervous, you're supposed to try to get them to calm down. You're not supposed to be the hot-headed one. So yeah, these guys either need some retraining or, I'm pretty sure if they did this broad daylight while you're working a detail at a football game and you're seeing people in expensive cars that look like football players, so they probably play for the team. If you're emboldened to do it to these guys, I guarantee you look up in this cop's history, we'll probably find a bunch of other super hyper aggressive actions that he's taken, probably against other people of color or people that look taller or bigger than this guy. Like these guys look like they're about like 5'7", 5'8", and look like, they're probably quick to use that gun too. So gladly nothing happened, but this shit was fucked up, Definitely I stand with Tyreek Hill for this, 100%. These cops are tweaking, right? Yeah, these things look like, I don't even know why they were trying to tweak out like that. So one guy's like, y'all break your windows, like, whoa, relax. God damn. Anyway, all right, people. Yeah. So today, chat, looked like, Nicki Minaj finally found the Twitter button to respond to all the nonsense that was going on and, Wayne being snubbed. And everybody was kind of chiming in yesterday. But it took today for her to get her opinions off. Now, she got online today. And by the way, we didn't finish watching that video. We are going to watch it. But I wanted to read you what Nicki Minaj said. Nicki Minaj said this. Which, actually, before I get to Nicki Minaj, let me read what Boosie said. And I want to make this very clear. This isn't, like, I get it. I keep telling you, we're in post-battle. We're all suffering from post-battle syndrome. So, Drake fans, there's certain Drake fans who don't really care if Wayne headlines. They're just mad that Kendrick is headlining, right? Then you have people who might feel both, right? Like they're like for example, me. Like I'm genuinely kind of disappointed that Wayne's not headlining. Now, do I think that Kendrick don't deserve to headline? Not necessarily. I just look at it as like this just feels like an extension of a battle or a beef because he hasn't put out any new original music other than the battle. You get what I'm saying? So it feels like almost a payoff from the battle. Regardless, here's the thing. And I think the point about Wayne that a lot of people were trying to make, it kind of rings true because, I'm going to read what Boosie said, but for everybody who's been questioning, like, oh no, if you're trying to pick up for Wayne, it's just because you like Drake and you're just mad that no. It's not necessarily that you're mad at Kendrick. You're mad that Wayne's getting snubbed. I don't think that if you think this would have happened anywhere else, Jay-Z's from New York. Jay-Z's from Brooklyn. If you think Jay-Z would have the Super Bowl here with a rap artist, and I've seen a lot of people message me, and they were like, no, look at the last Super Bowl in New York. It had people not from New York performing. We're not talking about pop artists or R&B artists. We're talking about rap. Rap is a really regional type of, it has a really, in rap, there's a regionality connection to the majority, actually, not the majority, every artist. Like, part of Drake's story and content is that he's from Toronto. Part of Meek Mill's story is that he's from Philly. Part of 50, Jay, Locks is because they're from Nas, like it's because they're from New York. So there's a regionality connection. I don't know where Post Malone is from. He could be from Idaho. It could be from motherfucking North Dakota. I don't know, right? I don't even know where is Usher from. I don't know. Like, I know he spent some time in Atlanta, but like, I don't know where Usher's from. So like, when it comes to R&B singers, we don't really care. We don't really know. Pop stars as well, right? Like, for example, Taylor Swift. I don't know where Taylor Swift's from. I think if we say most rappers, you could identify regionally where they're from because that's what their music's about. And also, usually before they bubble up to the national scene, their region is usually giving them the vote of confidence that their music kind of represents that region, the plight of somebody come up in that region, and they build a buzz up in that region. For example, again, we could name any rapper. If we say Dirk, you're gonna know Chicago, right? If we say Moneybagg Yo, you're gonna know Memphis. If you know the artist and you know their music reasonably well, the rapper, you're probably gonna know their region. So for everybody who was saying, why do we care that it's New Orleans? If it was, I'm gonna be honest with you, and this is my opinion. If it wasn't a rapper, I wouldn't care. I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't care. Like if they gave it to Ed Sheeran, right? If they gave it to Ed Sheeran, I wouldn't give a fuck because I know that somebody's going to be in his ear to say, bring out Wayne for a song or two, right? But when it comes to rap, right? And also, I think what happens is that, Jay-Z took over the Super Bowl halftime show. He took over this whole thing in 2001, not 2001, 2021. And I think, and what happened is that in 2022, when the Super Bowl went down in Inglewood, California, it was a theme of giving it to rappers that were from the West Coast. Now, again, let me see who was the performers. They gave it to. 50 was a guest because Eminem got brought out, but Eminem was really with Dr. Dre. There was a showcase in Aftermath, so we had pretty much Dr. Dre, Snoop. Obviously, Mary still came out, but Kendrick was represented. The West Coast was kind of represented on a big level. Now, again, as I said, only because we're talking about rap. If this was pop or R&B, we probably don't care because we would know Wayne would get brought out anyway. But for another rapper to headline in a city that you've carried on your back for 15 years, that does look a little weird, right? I don't think they would have, and I've seen some people, I think people really believe New York is pussy. They said that they believe that Kendrick would be headlining in New York. Nigga, Jay-Z got too much pride to make Kendrick headline in New York. Jay-Z nor no rapper from New York would be jacking Kendrick Lamar, a nigga who said on Control, what did he say on Control? He's like, I'm the king of New York. You would look like a bitch making a nigga who rapped on Control talking about, but say he's juggling both coasts in one hand. He's a king of new, all of that shit. If you let that nigga go headline the Super Bowl, remember this is rap shit we talk about. We're not just talking about performance. It's rap shit. If you let Kendrick Lamar headline the Super Bowl in New York, the whole New York is pussy. And Jay wouldn't do that. Jay wouldn't do that. Before Jay does that, Jay would just say he's headlining the motherfucking thing. You get what I'm saying? So I don't believe that Kendrick would be headlining Super Bowl in Jay-Z's home city. But of course, when it comes to New Orleans, it's just not the same as New York. And also, we have to realize that Jay-Z had access to grind with Drake, access to grind with Wayne. And I know he was seen with Wayne two weeks ago at the Fanatics party. Look, you know what I mean? It's not like they've been actively feuding, but they got into it years ago, and we're going to play some videos later on about how they got into it. Jay-Z, Lil Wayne, Fanatics. Yeah, they were at the 40-40. Where is it? Look, see? But let me tell you this, man. I keep telling you, Jay-Z is a rattlesnake. You feel me? He's a rattlesnake. You know what I mean? He right next to you. Actually, is he a rattlesnake? It's one of those snakes where, like, they right next to you and you don't really hear them until the last moment when they right about to bite. Yeah. The whole time, Wayne over here probably trying to chop it up with Jay, trying to make sure, like, yo, Jay probably be like, yo, shit, you know you're going to kill that Super Bowl 59, you know, chilling with Jay. You get what I'm saying? But of course, the snake is always right next to you. You feel me? This whole time, Jay was looking at him like, this bitch nigga think he finna headline this shit. Let me find a way to snake him. You get what I'm saying? A true snake stays right next to you in every picture, and that is none other than Sean Carter, a.k.a. the Rattlesnake nigga, a.k.a. Hove. All right? So, essentially, you know, they haven't had a bad relationship. And I know what some of y'all going to say, and we'll get to it, because Wayne did say, you know, Jay helped him out with some taxes shit. And everybody believes that means that Jay just couldn't still have any animosity for Wayne. Jay's an ultra competitive dude. That's why I always tell you, and that's why I was telling you about the Game 2 thing with Drake. Jay-Z lost the battle, but he used every win in life afterwards to make sure it was abundantly seen that he won at life, and he won overall. You get what I'm saying? So I don't think he's beefing with Wayne. I don't think he hates Wayne. But Wayne at one point was saying that he's the best rapper alive. He was basically almost trying to dethrone Jay. There was almost at one time too, Birdman was chomping or kind of popping the shit like, yo, me and my son got more money than you. So you know what Jay does? Shits on them in the most subtle way. Yeah, you got more money than me, but I had to help you with your taxes, little nigga. Yeah, you bet you a better rapper than me, but nigga, I run the shit for my city, nigga. When Super Bowl comes to your city, hopefully Kendrick brings you on stage. Like he's sunning them. That's what it is. It's not beef. Jay-Z, what he's really good at is rewriting history because of how successful he is. I don't know if y'all realize that. Jay has rewritten history based on the positions he's given out and other people he don't like, he's shunned. That their history is almost like, it kind of look almost pathetic, including how we look at Dame to a certain extent. Jay's pretty good at that. So him snubbing Wayne, it's not him hating Wayne. That's him putting Wayne in his place. Bruv, yo, remember when you were saying that you were the best rapper alive and all that, and remember you thought that you was going to like, you know, when it was all said and done, you was going to be ranked over me? Well, when the Super Bowl come to your city, nigga, you don't even headline that shit. You're a guest performer, not the headliner. That's how you son a nigga. That's how you son a nigga. You son a nigga when he beats your ass in a battle, and then later on, you sign him. Everything he said in that song about business, talking about I know who I paid, dog. Searchlight Publishing. Like, yo, yeah, so Jay's pretty good at that. Now I'm calling him a snake, but really, I do think he's a really good businessman. He's the ultimate capitalist, right? There's only one scummy thing about him. He will convince black people to drink Kool-Aid as long as he got to deal with the Kool-Aid maker. So the Kool-Aid could have poison in it. He gonna be drinking the Kool-Aid without the poison. Be like, why y'all not drinking it? Come on, let's all drink it. Y'all be like, well, Jay drinking it. He said we niggas and we love Kool-Aid. Let's drink the Kool-Aid. All the time, half of y'all niggas die, and then he get like $15 billion from the Kool-Aid maker. Like, that's what Jay does. He'll convince you to drink the Kool-Aid, never tell you he got to deal with the Kool-Aid maker. He tells you it's his Kool-Aid. That's slimy. That's the only thing I've ever really criticized about Jay. Okay? All right. So, let me get to what Boosie said. Boosie said, man, all y'all acting like y'all cool with how they playing it for the Super Bowl, shaking my head. The most cultural city in the U.S., New Orleans. It's a smack in the face to every hip-hop legend from Louisiana. Master P, Birdman. This shows they never wanted y'all to kick in the door in the first place, because they still trying to lock it. Super Bowl 22 was in Cali, and a Cali artist was allowed to do their thing, and it was a great show. But now it's Louisiana, and no Louisiana legends can't do their thing. Again, there was a lot of ways to do this, like Super Bowl 22, the one we're talking about, or not 22, or the Super Bowl 2022. When you look at that, I don't think it was one headliner. The headliner was multiple people, right? So it's like they gave it to multiple people. Primarily, obviously, I don't think Eminem gets on it if Dr. Dre. It was pretty much Dr. Dre says. Like, they showcased Dr. Dre, Snoop Dogg, but with Dr. Dre, you got to bring in M. And then apparently M is the one who fought for 50. But when you look at it, this is pretty much a West Coast thing. And here's the thing. I don't think people would be that bad. I don't think people would be that mad if the headliner for Louisiana was a multi-headliner thing, right? Because now they don't got to do everything together. If they said Kendrick Lamar, Lil Wayne, Master P, right? Let's say that, right? Even though, whatever. Let's just say they said it's 3 people, right? But Wayne is going to have his own set. Bro, these niggas ain't killing each other, right? So it ain't beef like that, brother. You know what I mean? This ain't Tupac and Biggie. You could have said Kendrick is headlining and Wayne is headlining. But Wayne should be a headliner, not a guest. You get what I'm saying? So, like, what they did in L.A., they gave Dr. Dre, Snoop, Kendrick headliners, right? And by the way, Kendrick has headlined before. That's another thing. Like, Kendrick has headlined the Super Bowl before. It's like, damn, give another nigga a chance, right? But okay. So he said this show, he never wants you to kick the door down in the first place. They still trying to lock it. It was in Cali, blah, blah, blah. So it's now in Louisiana, no Louisiana legends. I kind of agree with that. You know what I mean? And again, you could have easily did a co-headliner thing. You could have did a co-headliner thing. Yo, you get half of the show. You get the first 8 minutes. You get the next, I think it's about 30 minutes. So like you get the first 15, you get this. Shit, do 4 people. Who gives a fuck? Right? But at least kind of showcase the fact that, and again, you could say we're being overcritical, but yeah, we are. Because when Jay-Z told us to stop kneeling and that he was going to go organize all the festivities, he made pretty much a cultural promise that he was going to be focused on this and take care in the betterment of the culture to make these decisions. So, if you're wondering like, oh, why y'all niggas so pressed? Well, you remember that people were saying the NFL was racist, wasn't fucking with it. Jay convinced all black people that, no, they're done being racist. We're at actionable items. Let's go rock out. We go rock out with him, but he's making the decisions. And then we're starting to kind of feel at this point, the decisions he's making Yeah, he is employed and bringing hip hop on, but anybody he don't like don't get opportunities. So now he's using that as a stage to kind of shoot at his ops. 50 Cent, shoot at his ops. Wayne, right? Anyway, Nicki Minaj jumped in today. So Nicki Minaj actually said this, man. Bruh, I try to tell y'all, but y'all wanted brunch. Laughing my ass off. I'm on a fucking roll. Wait, no, I'm hacked. She's joking. She says, denying a young black man what he rightfully put into this game for no other reason but your ego. Your hatred for Drake and Nicki got you punishing Wayne? Lil Wayne? The GOAT? New Orleans, what's good? Eminem stood firm. And by the way, I gotta go read the full tweet because... Give me 1 second. Yeah, she had said a bunch more shit. Give me a second. I gotta scroll down. Yeah. Yeah, she says Eminem stood firm on having 50 Cent come out. A white man, shit is sad. House nigger things. But good for them. No loyalty, welp. Then niggas gonna keep sunning you. I understand this part. She says no loyalty, welp. Them niggas gonna keep sunning you. She definitely not talking to Wayne. I'm wondering who she's talking to, unless she's talking to Drake, right? I don't know who she's basically saying, that's interesting. Anyway, she said, laugh my ass off. Good ass for them, y'all, good ass for them. Cool. She also said when someone says, wait, this is about Wayne? Oh, girl, sit this out because he wouldn't be doing this. And she says, oh, you think speaking up on injustice within your workplace should only be done if it's a person you would do it for. I'm really the realest nigga. Okay? Also, she commented on Rock Nation being the first thing that popped up when you Googled her tour. And she says, yup, everyone's aware. Clearly they don't care, so why should I? What am I going to do? Okay? And then she also said, one nigga took a knee, the other nigga took the bag. That's Jay-Z. He gonna get you naggers in line every fucking time. Then she also said, go enjoy your fucking money before it's too late. All right? And I guess, because Nicki's always been complaining about Rock Nation. And today's the day they were like, oh no, Jay is up to some fuck shit. So people were telling Nicki, yo, shit, they said, this is why I believe her every time she speaks. She's yet to be proven wrong about anything she says. Then months later, it's Nicki was right. And she says, yup, and I never care by the time they figure it out. Laughing my ass off. It's good for them. Y'all ready? You know the next move, blah, 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 blah. The next move is going to be to tell y'all a certain someone is being treated so unfairly so y'all could go back into that trance. Okay? Then she says, got everything in the world. She's talking about Jay-Z, but still spiteful and evil, disgusting. Be happy, I beg. Go be fucking happy, nigga. In rap business and woman business, when you got politician and police, you good though. Plus that ugly, laffy taffy alien laughing my ass off. Now, what she is talking about is the CEO of Rock Nation, Desiree Perez. You see, Nicki Minaj talks in codes. So, you'll never know what she's talking about. But he's calling Desiree Perez the Laffy Taffy alien look-alike. Okay? Yeah. Shout out to Jay, man. Listen, I ain't gonna lie. I keep telling you, man. Jay's good. That nigga's good. Okay? All right. Then she said, hold on. And she said, and by the way, y'all know the half of what Lil Wayne has done for me and others. Wayne had Drake and I on his tour. With no paper sign. He was on all my mixtapes with no paper sign. This man has literally changed the face of hip hop. The hair too. If you know, you know. He inspired so many to tap their faces and get locks. Inspires your faves to want to be great MCs. He never was in this for the money. It was always been for the love of the music, right? She continues. She says, hold on. And also Birdman jumped in. She's promoting also a new shoe. She says, God forbid Wayne leaves this earth right now. The culture would be in mourning. That's why so many people keep saying give our legends their flowers while they're still here around to smell them. Sitting around all day playing games with people's life and legacy. God ain't sleep. G. Robeson, you will learn that too. Very soon. I think G. Robeson used to be her manager or something like that. I don't know why the random call out. Okay, anyway. Then she says, bots and blogs are being sent astronomical wads of cash in paper bags as we speak. Laugh out loud. Then she says, every content creator and every bot farm just got a money call. Guys, check your message. Every tweet will contain tons of engagement from accounts that look peculiar when you click on them. Then someone says, the first rapper to headline the Super Bowl, which, by the way, I guess they're saying, even though Dr. Dre and them and, Snoop headline, but this is a solo headliner. So they're saying the first rapper to headline Super Bowl halftime show needed to be someone who could represent the art to the highest degree. And it says that's not Lil Wayne in 2024. Nicki went off. She says, God will punish you. Mark my words. The man that has not only pushed his pen the hardest, but gave the game more than one hip-hop icon as well on his watch, represent the rap game. The best rapper don't represent the rap game well enough for you? Black people, wow. If this don't hurt your heart to read, it will one day. Look at how our legends are being treated after they've given so much to us. Who are you? You God? Judgmental swine, delete. LOL, you will regret tweeting this. Life is funny that way. Don't you dare turn your nose up at Lil Wayne, you dick munching bozo. Okay? Then she tweeted out a picture of her and Wayne back in the day. She says, you'll be Harry Potter and I'll be your Hermione. Okay? And then she, kind of clears it up because she want to let people know she ain't beefing with Kendrick. She said, you can love and respect Kendrick and still love and respect Wayne. Even Kendrick loves and respect Wayne. Every real rapper loves and respect Wayne. Okay? Then somebody says, Republic must have called you, huh? And she says, LOL, they did? She being sarcastic here. She says, they did? She said, if they did call me, I definitely didn't get the call, child. Maybe they left a voicemail. You must not really know Anika hungry pie. This really just shows that you're caged and have never been able to simply do and say as you please without any fear other than the fear of God stopping you. Okay? Then she basically, what else did she say? They're commenting on her using that Igbo language. And yeah, that was pretty much it. Now, again, she's right. Obviously, she's been telling us about Roc Nation for the longest. This is what she's been saying. Meg Thee Stallion that signed to Roc Nation. She believes that Roc Nation is the reason Meg Thee Stallion's even being compared to her. A lot of people believe that Roc Nation is the reason that Meg Thee Stallion was able to successfully, well, first of all, there's a lot of people who believe that Roc Nation was the people who told Meg, why you holding it down for Tory, go to the cops. You're going to be a victim. You're the next Rihanna. We're going to run a campaign. You're going to be a victim. That's what's supposedly believed by a lot of people. Then also, Desiree Perez, the Roc Nation CEO. When does a CEO of a label go to a criminal hearing for a nigga that they don't manage and have nothing to do with, when the artist who is the victim that you do manage, the artist ain't there for every hearing? Desiree Perez was at almost damn near every hearing making sure that nigga Tory was underneath a jail cell. So a lot of people believe Roc Nation was really instrumental in sending Tory to jail. Now, Meg, apparently they ran a whole thing trying to make Meg a victim or seen as a victim. Now, here's the thing with that. A lot of people saw through it. That didn't work too well. Now, when it came to Meg and Nicki, it was supposedly said that they were trying to have Meg compete with Nicki, inflating sales, pushing narratives, and other things that Nicki basically was saying that Roc Nation and Jay-Z was behind. Okay? So she's been saying that for a while. Then now when we see Roc Nation again, but it's at the Wayne situation, we're like, what the fuck? So she's saying, I've been telling y'all, but y'all just wanted that goddamn brunch. Okay? Yeah, Birdman also chimed in. He said, shaking my fucking head. Then he continued by saying, hating shit for real. Then he says, these niggas is pussy. And he says, Nicki, Drake, Tunchi, YNCMB, I'm going to make these niggas respect us on Gladys. And that's the name of his mom. Now, if you don't remember, Jay-Z with his 99 Hall of Fame Hater-thon badge, here's a quick refresher of Jay-Z supposedly hating on 50 Cent when he didn't want 50 Cent to be a part of that 2022 Super Bowl performance where Eminem brought him out.
I gotta go through because he's been through it. He himself kind of spoke about what his experience was at the Super Bowl.
I wasn't in the ad
Right.
because of Jay-Z and them was putting it together. So I think they still harbor some energy towards me.
When someone tries to blackball him like they did at the Super Bowl, he has Eminem to say, nah, you can't do that or I'm not performing.
With M, because like with Nori he had communication. He said, yeah, that's why I talked to the big homie. You saying to Jay?
I hit the homie, the big homie Jay-Z, right? Eminem called directly for 50. He said, I can't do it if I can't break 50.
He has Dr. Dre. He has the support of his crew. I don't have that luxury of having the support of my crew. Actually, my crew were the ones that actually tried to stop me. So I actually admire that about him and his crew. And I wish I had that type of support.
Yeah. We also had let's see these. We also had Tony Yayo speak about that as well.
Ron showed up.
Yeah, shout to Ken.
And he got on stage with him.
Harlem.
Here we go.
The list goes on and on, bro.
Donald Trump.
People, Donald Trump. You know what I mean? Anybody you name that is famous, I've met. But you know what I like about 50? 50's on a whole nother level, but he's still approachable. You still get to meet the people and Jay got to remember the people that made him. I'm not saying I don't got respect. I respect Jay-Z, 50, used to respect, Diddy, but all that crazy shit going on. But, I always respected him because I looked at, for New York, those were like the guys. You know what I'm saying? The guys with the most money and the most influence. So with Jay is like, when the last time you haven't seen Jay, so I think people are just gonna say that. You know what I'm saying? But for me, I mean, Jay, you gotta remember, he didn't want 50 at the Super Bowl. That was crazy. I'm like,
wait, Jay didn't want 50 at the Super
you didn't
Bowl?
know that? Yeah, he didn't
Well,
want.
I remember Eminem pushed for it.
That was some hater shit. Yeah,
I remember
pushed for it.
Eminem
Yeah.
was like, I'm not going to do it unless 50 does it. I heard that.
Yeah,
But I didn't know that Jay was trying to stop it.
I don't think Jay. I don't know. 50 never told me that, but I don't think Jay wanted him there. I don't know.
Because of what? Some of the.
I mean,
the back and forth back in the day?
Now, this is where I get to ask y'all, chat. I always said, one of my closest friends in this music shit is Carl Cherry. He runs Rap Caviar. I remember talking to him and I said, man, you have a really hard job. And I said, bro, you kind of have to be, you have an opinion on music, but you have to be so fair. Nigga, I got mad beefs and people who I don't like. I would probably erase a few careers because I would play shit. I'm biased now. Like, I'm going to play towards people I like and shun people I don't like. And I guess I say that to ask, when someone gets a position that pretty much the culture empowered them to get, right? Because that's pretty much cultural equity and cachet in being able to be of service to the NFL to control the black populace and the hip hop community. That's why Jay-Z got that deal. Does Jay-Z owe us neutrality, or is he just a man? And if you fucked this bitch back in 98, it's fuck you now, right? Because, you know, that's kind of what he's doing, right? Yo, Fifth, you've been talking shit about me for a long time. I don't want you on the Super Bowl. Yo, Wayne, you thought you said some slick shit back then. You think I'm about to give you a Super Bowl performance to cement your legacy? Hell nah. You get what I'm saying? Now, you got to remember this too. And I probably should look up the Super Bowl list of Super Bowl halftime shows. Has Jay performed at the Super Bowl halftime? Okay, he has, 2020, but he's never headlined. So think about this too. If you got to remember, Jay-Z's Michael Jordan, or like, you know, a lot of people consider him like a Michael Jordan-esque type of person. You know, all these guys' accolades are going to be compared to yours, right? Now, do you want to go give some of these guys that headline in Super Bowl, you know, look when you never had it by yourself, right? Now, for whatever reason, I think he either is just not threatened by Kendrick, or he just fucks with Kendrick that much, because Kendrick gets those looks. I don't think, this is me personally speaking, I don't think you want to give those looks to Drake, 50, Wayne. Because I don't think he want those niggas specifically to have anything over him. And is that fair? Or should that be like par for the course? Like, bruh, he's making a decision. At least he's still keeping it in hip hop. He's going to be biased, but fuck it. But anyway.
Competition. You got to think, 50 always been competition for Jay. Remember? I'm about $1. What the fuck is 50 Cent?
That was a long time ago.
That was, man. What, 9? What? Was that,
but
9?
But after that, they did a song together. Remember the whole,
of course, but 50 was always competition for niggas. Then remember Jay said, yo, 50's coming. He told Siegel and them, and Memphis Bleak and all them.
Yeah.
And come on, 50's like, he's on a whole nother level. You got to remember, he came after.
Yeah, 50 interrupted. You know, 50 interrupted that Rockefeller run. Jay-Z speaks on 50 Cent. Yeah, this is the moment right here.
When you look at the game, and you know, you look at where you're at now, and you look at the peers you came up with in the 90s, did you say to yourself,
and again, remember, Jay's still a man. I don't care if he's 65 and senile now. He's still a man. He's still competitive. You get what I'm saying? There was a time 50 came through like a whirlwind, like a hurricane.
I was going to be here, and I knew those guys were going to be there. And I'm asking you that because I want to know what you think of the game now and who's going to be here 10 years from now.
Yeah, I absolutely, because I wanted to be here, you know, and I saw a lot of people let opportunities go. And I was like, oh, that he's not gonna be around. Why aren't you doing this? If I had that, I'll be doing this. And I think about it in those terms. I think about it not outside of what we do. I think about it just in strategic moves. When you have it and you're about to have it, and you know what happens. And you know, I remember one time walking in the studio, and it was like a small gap, and Bleak Beans, everybody was in there, and I was like, man, I'm telling you, man, y'all got a chance right now, just flood it, put out a lot of music, because 50 Cent is coming. And you know, 4 months later, in the club hit, and it was over, and it was just like, okay, now everybody got to sit on the sidelines and wait this tidal wave out. So like, just seeing things like that.
I remember when you wanted to sign Wayne before Wayne really took off.
Yeah.
And the club came out.
Exactly, right? So that was a thing. Let me go to 50 Cent speaking about it. 50 Cent, Jay-Z Super Bowl. 50 Cent did speak on that during the interview.
I want to bring like M, because M's our relationship. Put it out. It's on iTunes. It's out. They started.
All right, here we go. Where is it?
Aftermath. Cool.
I'm cool where I'm
like,
at.
there was no reason for me to. I mean, if I would have fell on my head, I would have felt.
Yeah. But look at you though.
I'm still. I got versus Paul. They had communication with Paul about going to do it, but the ad was coming out that already was shot with.
Okay, gotcha.
With him and
okay, so remember. And by the way, you know, again, respectfully, if we're thinking about that Super Bowl, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, with all due respect to Anderson .Paak, I was wondering why 50 wasn't a headliner. Like 50 career wise, am I tripping? Again, we're talking about in 2022. I know we're still going through Not Like Us, you know, festival right now, but I think 50 Cent's career is bigger than Kendrick's career in 2022, right? But he's not a headliner, right? I ain't gonna lie. I think 50's career is 50's music career bigger than Snoop. I think so. Anyway, the point is this. 50 Cent deserved to be one of the headliners. It's a multi-headliner event. He deserved to be one of the headliners. He didn't have to be the, Eminem has to bring you out type of guy, right? And that's what he's talking about here with how it got set up. Am I tripping? Wait. Are y'all saying no to the Snoop Dogg one? Or y'all saying no to Kendrick? Bro, I'm going off statistics too. Like, bro, 50 has 2 diamond albums. Kendrick does not have a diamond album. Like, bruv, like, longevity-wise, Kendrick has outlasted 50, right? Because 50 really went from 2003, and I want to say around 2008. So 50's like peak is like 5 years, right? But he did a lot. Did group projects. Obviously, he was also part of this mixtape era, so some of those don't really get the proper shine and count for what it should. But he has 2 diamond albums. Oh, yeah, talking about Snoop. Okay. Oh, y'all saying Snoop had a bigger career? Yeah, well, I ain't gonna lie. Snoop been putting out music for forever. Yeah, Snoop got the longevity and he has the moments. Yeah, I mean, Snoop is Snoop, right? Okay. Anyway, let's listen to 50 talking about the Super Bowl in his own words.
That's not mine. That's theirs. They Harper, right? But when you look at M is looking at the entire legacy.
Here we go.
That's when I start saying crazy stuff because I look and I go, oh, that's your big homie, right? And so he imaged himself after a gay painter. Your big homie want to look like a gay painter.
What are we talking?
I think he's talking about Jay.
I don't know what those issues are. Like I don't.
Here we go.
When did it come about? Like, how did 50 Cent become involved?
Well, I got the call before the ad went out.
Yeah, I hope so.
But look, when I wasn't in the ad,
right?
Because of
by the way, this was like what year was this? This was 2023 January. Yo, I gotta give Jay-Z credit for being a legendary hater. Because I'm going to keep it a bean with you, bro. Nigga, when I'm 86 years old, nigga, I'm still hating on Rory, bro. I want to, like I'm hoping to, nigga, even if Alzheimer's kick in, nigga, like, even if I'm about to forget, nigga, something going to slap me and be like, yo, nah, you hating on that nigga for life. Yeah, like, I like that. Legendary hater shit. Hate, like, if you hating on a nigga in 2022 and that nigga, the last time y'all even really have some musical back and forth was like over 10 years ago. I respect that. That's some legendary hater shit. Like, Jay-Z the type of hater, if he see you in the walker, like, He in his walker, you with a walking stick, he gonna try to fuck up your walking stick. That's the type of hater he is. Like, that's the type of hater. Y'all gotta respect it. I gotta respect that type of hate, bro. This is generational hate, nigga. Yo, this is generational hate. I fuck with that, low key. The only thing is, Jay be acting like it's not hate. Like 50, 50 gonna hate Ja Rule 15 lifetimes from now. When 50 die and come back as an antelope, if he sees Ja Rule as a squid, nigga, he crashing out to kill that squid because it's Ja Rule, nigga. Like, that is multi-lifetime hate. But Jay, he don't really own the hate though. Jay is a generational hater.
Look, Jay-Z and them was putting it together. Mm-hmm. So I think they still harbor some energy towards me.
You think you were purposely left out of the ad?
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't think. I think that they were saying the NFL has some issues with me that I don't know what those issues are. Like, what is the issue? You see what I'm saying? Like, and I with M, because like with Nori he had communication. He said, yeah, I talked to the big homie. He said, told Jay, he was telling me, the white boy wouldn't do the truth without 50. Mm-hmm. Right? And I'm like, that's when I start saying crazy stuff, because I look and I go, oh, that's your big homie, right? And so he imaged himself after a gay painter. The big homie want to look like a gay painter.
What are we talking about here?
We're talking about Basquiat. He wants to look like a gay painter.
Oh my God, I think I know where we're going with
so
this.
Now look, what I'm saying to you is, look, when you start looking at, that's not mine, that's theirs, they Harper, right? But when you look at, M is looking at the entire legacy.
Yeah.
The whole thing, like with M, Dre, and myself, like I'm a shady aftermath. You see what I'm saying? Like, there's so much G in it, Junior Records.
Right.
They forget that I'm M and Dre's artist. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? Like, but that's just the way it was. Like,
were you a part of it? Even like you say, you weren't on the ad, right?
Yeah.
When we saw the initial asset that came out, and you weren't on there, but were you already a part of it?
No, I already had communications with Paul about going to do it, but the ad was coming out that already was shot with.
Okay, gotcha.
With him and everybody else in it. So I'm like, nah, cool, I'll be surprised. Like, it's cool to be surprised.
Right. Yeah, I was surprised too. I remember at rehearsal.
That's also humbling. That's 50 being humbled. Like, being very, it's a humble response, but that's a nigga who knows. You see, when you a controversial nigga who be beefing, you don't walk around with entitlements. You're like, nah, it's cool. Nah, it's fine. Like, I get it. Like, my op is putting the shit together. I get it. I'm not tripping. You get what I'm saying? Like, I fuck with that response by 50.
First, I was like, man.
By the way, yo, chat, let me ask y'all a question. Ain't it ironic? And this is why, yo, in life, every time we're judging people, bro, we're judging, like, the famous saying where they say, if Malcolm X died at a certain age, he'd be Malcolm Little, a guy who was like a criminal, right? And it's basically about, like, your life, depending on what point people look at it, you could be seen as something, but later on you could grow and develop into something greater. And sometimes you could go up or you could go down, or you could progress or regress. You know what's so interesting? 50 was seen as like this, I mean, he's still seen as like a provocateur, like an antagonist figure of sorts, but he kind of was seen as a guy who was all about the money, selfish, and also just wanted to cause chaos and problems. That's how he was seen about 8 years ago. You know how 50's seen these days? 50's whole image has changed. He's still a provocateur. He talks his shit. But people look at him as, yo, he's the guy who's gonna call out the Diddies. He's gonna call out the industry guys who are getting protected. He's gonna say it because he don't give a fuck. He's also gonna, like, he's kind of seen more like a people person nowadays, right? Like everything with Shreveport, Humor and Harmony. Like, he's kind of, if I was to tell you 8 years ago, right? Like, let me go more than 10 years ago. 10 years ago, if I had to say Jay-Z, Puff Daddy, and Diddy, no, not Diddy, I mean, I'm 50, so those three, if I had to say pick the ones you would think are for the people, the ones who would be calling out the BS or the ones who wouldn't be, just seen as frauds, I think we would have a different answer than today. Do you get what I'm saying? I think 50's image over time, and maybe time has just helped him, or maybe he's just grown and developed. Where we look at 50 now, we're like, yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. 50's a lot of things, but he ain't on the weird timing like them niggas. He wasn't fucking 15-year-olds like allegedly. He wasn't having the freak offs, and he been telling us they were weird. When we thought he was hating, they used to think 50 was hating back then, right? I used to watch 50 talk about Puff, and I used to be like, damn, 50's a hater, bro. But I didn't really say hate, because I was like, I think that's just his op. He treats all his ops the same. He hates on his ops. That's not really hate. That's just beefing, right? These days, we look at it differently, because everybody he went at it with, they're looking bad. Jay-Z is seen as the incumbent or next up to get exposed on a Summer Jam screen on some Diddy shit. By the way, they start heating that shit up a little bit earlier. Apparently a lot of 15-year-old fuckery was going on, or 16-year-old, whatever they had going on back then. But Diddy, Diddy had like an interesting, like repertoire. Like, he was seen as the businessman. He was seen as the ultimate promoter. I'm not saying he was ever seen as like for the people, but he definitely had that cachet to galvanize the culture. 50 never had that. That's what 50 lacked. He never had where the culture would get behind an effort because they're like, oh, 50 say let's do it. Let's, he's for us. People always saw 50 as for the money. You get what I'm saying? Anyway, hopefully you get that.
What the hell?
I won $20.
Right.
Yeah, me and Louis betted against it, and I was like, 50's gonna show up. Watch.
When nobody, like when I reach out, because I want to see what the complications are, when nobody has any information about it, and it only came from that angle, I have to believe that was something that's from that.
Did you and Jay-Z ever have a conversation, or y'all in different offices as far as like?
We don't need to talk about nothing.
I heard that.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. So when you do get the call, it's a no-brainer for you to do Super Bowl.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah, let's do it. And because it's Dre's show, like you got to pay for that. That was expensive.
Yeah, I know.
And we had to be here 7 days ahead of the show to rehearse it. Like, I was like, I know the words.
Right. Yeah. Hang me upside down, man. I'm good. Hey, man, was it different hanging upside down 20 years later?
Yeah. Okay. So we get to realize Jay is just an old school hater. All of his ops, he never forgave. He never forgot. You get what I'm saying? By the way, let me tell you another thing, which we don't got to get into it because I feel like he's been chronicling Jay hating on him. Dame. Did you see Jay recently hate on Dame? Dame been trying to, Dame is in debt. Right, so I'm gonna explain a little bit, right? So Dame Dash Instagram. I'm gonna give you a little synopsis without playing a video. I'll break it down for y'all. Okay, so check this out, right? Dame Dash is in debt. He owes about like $200,000 in child support. He owes a few other debts or creditors hundreds of thousands of dollars, but the biggest debt he owes is he owes $8 million for taxes. Okay, so if we really add up all the debt, he owes about $10 million. Okay, Dame is the guy who always says, I keep my money in the street, whatever that means. He said, my money's in the streets, whatever the case is, right? Now, here's the thing. As a result of one of the lawsuits and, him being forced to pay, which he's saying he doesn't have the money, they realize he has an asset that could be liquidated. What is that? Is that he owns a third of Rockefeller. Now, here's the thing. The court has forced him to sell his stake in Rockefeller to pay back some of the debt he owes, which is about $10 million. Now, Dame, again, y'all should know how these court proceedings go. You know when you hear say Dame is broke, he ain't broke. He's rich nigga broke, right? You should remember that even 50 Cent himself filed for bankruptcy at a point. Rich nigga broke and broke nigga broke are two different type of brokes, and I hope you understand that. Don't let that go over your head. Shout out to Casanova.
Money? Hell no, it ain't no money. Nigga, I owe $8 million in taxes right now to one state. A man ain't gonna help me. I can't even have no money until I make at least $16 million. I gotta pay the taxes. If I got $5 million, they taking it.
Okay. So basically, he's trying to pay some debt that he could become whole, that he could start owning shit again and really start using millions again. Again, he won't ever be like, oh, he's getting $40,000 a year. Like, this is a millionaire broke, okay? So what he's doing is that he's kind of being like a salesperson. They're putting the auction on his stake in Rockefeller, right? They're putting his stake in auction. Whatever it goes for is going to be a down payment for some of the debt he owes. So of course, if he's forced to sell, he wants this thing to sell for $20 million, that it could get him out of debt completely, right? Now, if you do the math, Dame Dash auction starts. The first auction, they announced it was going to be on August 29th, right? And this is when the news started picking it up. The opening bid was $1.2 million. I remember thinking, shit, I think I could make a bid for this bitch. Maybe I'm like, wouldn't it be dope if Academics owns like 1/3 of Rockefeller, which by the way, the only asset is reasonable doubt. The only asset. Now, this is a whole clusterfuck if you really want to know why the only asset's that. There was a separation. It was a bunch of stuff that happened. Anyway, here's the point. Now, because the interest and the interest in this Rockefeller stake, and Dame Dash is talking about it, the news are reporting about it. Recently, they pushed it back, and they said we're gonna do the auction is gonna be. It was previously scheduled for the 29th of August. They pushed it back to September 21. But now the opening bid is $3 million. What does that mean, people? That means the price is going up. So Dame is happy. Dame is on Instagram Live trying to throw in some little perks for niggas to come in with some bids like, yo, I'll give y'all a Rockefeller chain if you win the bid. Because he wants people to, again, if you buy this thing for $10 million, you basically clear his debt. So he wants this to be sold. Okay? These are some of the debts he owes. You want to know how Jay-Z's a hater? Let me show you. Let me look it up. Here we go. Here we go, people. Okay. Essentially, Jay-Z and his team files a legal notice to let all potential buyers know, hey, if y'all buy this third of Rockefeller, you're only going to own it for a couple of years because there's already an existing contract that says the masters, the only asset, which is the masters of reasonable doubt, the masters come back to me. So in 2031, which is 7 years from now, the masters, which is pretty much what you're buying Rockefeller, but they're only assets. So you're buying a company or 1/3 of a company, but the only asset that company owns is the masters of reasonable doubt. And you own 1/3 of it. It's already known based on previous agreements that Jay-Z will get the masters of reasonable doubt back 2031. So basically, Jay-Z, in the biggest hater move ever, he had his attorneys file a legal notice to inform potential bidders in the auction that, hey, you do know you're buying 1/3 of a company where their only asset is reasonable doubt masters. Well, in 2031, all of those masters comes to me. So in 2031, you own nothing. Sinks the fucking price. Classic hater shit. Jay, I ain't gonna lie. I'm telling you, I'm learning to hate from Jay. He sees his man's teeth fall out of his mouth. He sees his man is about to, like, the state asking him for $10 million. So now this nigga's over here like, yo, okay, I'll sell this to try to pay it off. Jay-Z says, let me let niggas know, because the price went up from 1.2, the minimum bid, to $3 million. So now here's the thing. Which idiot would pay the starting bid? The auction's going down on September 21st. Which fucking idiot is going to buy 1/3 of Rockefeller when their only motherfucking asset is reasonable doubt masters, right? Let's say even if say the master recordings, say the revenue that brings in yearly is $500,000, or let's say $1 million. Let's say $1 million. Let's say somehow reasonable doubt is still bringing in $1 million per year. For you to bid for 1/3 of the company, you probably got to bid maybe like, the winning bid is probably going to be like 7-8 million if it started at 3. So you're in 7 million. Let's say 7 million. It brings back 1 million a year. And by the way, we're overestimated. That shit don't bring back 1 million a year. It brings back 1 million a year, and you only get 1/3 of it. So you get 300,000 of that. So now let's do the math. You're only going to have it for 7 years. 7 times $300,000. That's $2.1 million. So essentially, if you pay $7 million, you're getting a $5 million loss, and Jay-Z in 2031 gets to get his album back for free. And now you look like an idiot. You just bailed out Dame Dash. And again, yes, this whole thing's a finesse. Dame Dash, he was trying to throw in some shit to sweeten the pot. Yo, I'll give you a Rockefeller chain. Hating ass Jay-Z comes in. Hey, we want to let all y'all potential bidders know, since y'all about to bid $3 million, in 2031, I got that shit. You're going to own nothing in 2031. So you're only going to own this shit for 7 years. Actually, 6 now. Classic hater, man. Yo, I love Jay-Z, man. This is the type of hate I'm admiring to get to, bro. I got to get to this type of level of hate. Like, I got to. Yo, here's the thing. Jay-Z is worth reportedly $2.5 billion. His former business partner, Dame Dash, who got his teeth falling out of his mouth on live, he owes $10 million. Jay-Z's worth $2.5 billion. His former man's it owes $10 million. And rather let him get his finesse off, because here's the thing, whichever sucker that buys his Rockefeller thing is probably a person that cares about the culture, and at least they could, it's one of those things where people like, oh, I got just like how Drake bought the first mic of Pusha T. Nigga, it's a fucking mic. Who cares? But it's Pusha T mic. You get what I'm saying? It's like, it has to be somebody who knows they're going to be, like, you're not buying it for a business decision. You're buying it to own part of culture. You're going to own part of hip hop. And Rockefeller's a hip hop, like cornerstone when it comes to like black labels. So you're going to own 1/3 of it. Cool. Even if it has no assets. You get what I'm saying? Jay-Z up $2.5 million. His man's owed $10 million. And trying to get off a $10 million finesse, Jay-Z had his lawyers hate on that shit. Shout out to Jigga, man. Legendary hater, bro. Legendary. I gotta clap it up. I've been trying to figure out if this type of level of hate is a Brooklyn thing. Might be a Brooklyn thing. I don't know. But I gotta clap it up for Jay, man. Jay hate on everybody. Anyway. And by the way, some people also, to be fair, some people could interpret this as, well, he's not hating. He just wants no drama because in 2031, he don't want somebody, like 7 years from now, he don't want somebody to be like, yo, Jay-Z stole this from me. I bought it for $7 million. He wants people to know now, in 2031, I get the masters. So, yeah, okay, whatever. Anyway, people. Anyway, shout out to Jay, man. Legendary hater. I fuck with it, bro. Okay, anyway. So, we have to play, and we didn't finish this yet. Jay, let's go to history. We gotta go to history. We didn't finish that video. Yeah.
Amp.
Yo, let's finish this video. Sorry, and then we're gonna play the video of why Jay don't fuck with Birdman / Wayne. Okay, so let's get past. This is the title shit, right? This is the title shit. So this is when Drake is falling out. And by the way, we all acknowledge that. I don't think Jay is just giving this to Kendrick to say fuck you, Drake. That's part of it. But there's a fuck you to Birdman. There's a fuck you to Wayne as well. You get what I'm saying? As I said, this is the real two birds, one stone.
Dropped his track I'm On One with Rick Ross, Lil Wayne, and Drake. At the end of Drake's verse, it's speculated that he sent subliminal shots towards Jay-Z and Kanye, saying that the throne is for the taking, telling everyone to watch him take it, which is a clear reference to Watch the Throne.
I'm just feeling like the throne is for the taking. Watch me take it.
Immediate speculation would begin circulating about this line, so Drake would take to Twitter that same day to deny that he was dissing Jay-Z. Hove diss? Hove, of all people, has not lost it. That's God Body Flow. That same day, as Drake was rolling out his second album, Take Care, he dropped a track called Dreams Money Can Buy on his OVO blog site. On this track, it's speculated that Drake sent more subliminals at Jay-Z. This track would eventually be re-released in 2019 on the compilation album Care Package.
And I feel like lately it went from top 5 to remaining 5. My favorite rappers either lost it or they ain't alive.
That summer, on August 29th, 2011, Lil Wayne dropped his album The Carter 4. On the track It's Good, featuring Drake and Jadakiss, Wayne would respond to Jay-Z's disses towards Birdman on Ham, where he would threaten to kidnap Beyonce and take out Jay-Z. Drake, on the other hand, would throw some shots towards Jay-Z as well, in defense of Lil Wayne and Birdman at the beginning of his verse.
Please pardon my brother, he's just angry at shooters who don't have your heart in your rap shit.
On November 11th, 2011, Drake would sit down with Billboard for an interview, and during the interview, he was asked about never winning a Grammy despite having 6 nominations at this point.
By the way, I think Kendrick took all the Drake Grammys, bro. That's another part of their little competitiveness.
In 2009, Drake's track Best I Ever Had lost to Jay-Z's track DOA. So in this interview, Drake speaks about how losing to Hove angered him. But the one that really got to me was when I lost to DOA for Best I Ever Had. That one to me was like, really? Not to say that Jay-Z isn't the most incredible rapper and that DOA wasn't a good song. I just felt like they had an option to give me a Grammy for a mixtape, and they just didn't do it, because it goes against the grain of everything that is traditional. On November 15th, 2011, Drake dropped his album Take Care. On the track The Ride, it's once again speculated that Drake took subliminal shots at Jay-Z.
Getting older, I see no threat in Yoda.
A couple of weeks later, Jay-Z would share a handwritten note on the OVO blog site congratulating Drake on selling 631,000 copies in the first week with Take Care.
That's what I like about Jay, man. You see, when you a legendary hater, sometimes you got to give props, but really you're going to disguise the hate. You got to disguise the hate. Shout out to Hov, bro.
Saying, quote, "Monster numbers comes in. Proud of your journey. Peace, Hov." After this, beef rumors would be quieted following Jay's comments, and things would settle down in 2012, and in 2013, Drake was gearing up for the release of his third album, Nothing Was the Same. Now by this time, Drake was just dominating. Everything he touched was a colossal hit record. On July 25th, 2013, Jay-Z did an interview with Elliott Wilson, where he would speak on his competition with Drake, saying that Drake's the Kobe Bryant to his Michael Jordan. There's a respect thing there, but there's also a competitive thing, and it's done in the right way. He's definitely the one that's reared his head as the guy. He's definitely Kobe Bryant. That August, Drake brought out Kanye at the 2013 OVO Fest, where Ye would say that him and Jay wouldn't have done Watch the Throne if it wasn't for Drake putting so much pressure on them by taking over the game.
And we wouldn't be able to make the music that we make. Me and Ho would have never made Watch the Throne if this wasn't putting pressure on us like that.
On September 24th, 2013, Drake dropped his album Nothing Was the Same. On the track Pound Cake, Jay-Z is featured. Now, it is said that Jay-Z actually ended up sending Drake 2 verses that were set to appear on his album Magna Carta Holy Grail, but he decided to send it to Drake instead to put on Pound Cake. On the first line of his verse, Jay-Z actually dissed Drake when he said that he had Benzes before Drake had braces.
I had Benzes for you had braces.
On part 2 of the track called Paris Morton Music 2, Drake would seemingly respond to Jay's line. Later in the verse, he says that he studied the game from past artists like Jay-Z, but now he's doing it better.
Like I didn't study the game to the letter and understand that I'm not doing it the same and I'm doing it better.
That same day, Drake appeared on Hot 97 for an interview to speak on his album, and he spoke on Pound Cake and his relationship with Jay-Z. Drake would say that they have a great relationship and that Hov is a great mentor to him.
Rap.
So you have like built a nice relationship with him.
I mean, yeah, I think like one of the strongest, I think, if not the strongest.
Of all the other rappers?
Yeah, definitely.
Wow. Who knew?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's like he's just like an incredible mentor to me and gives me great guidance and is very, very supportive. And
is that a new relationship, or were you guys always cool?
No, it's always been like that.
Really?
You know, I mean, I think the more I make him proud, you know,
that's
I
so
think,
cute.
yeah, like, you know, the more I show him prove, like that, the like, you know, that's where the relationship grows. You know, it's just like the more he has to say to me, you know, and I've been consistent enough to sort of deserve or warrant advice from him.
Right.
And he gives it to me, you know, and he's just I saw him last night. He's like he's the best, man, for real.
Wow.
He's just a solid dude.
Yeah, we like Hov up here.
Oh yeah, of course.
After this, it seemed as if everything was cool between the two, but that would be short-lived. Just months later, in February of 2014, Drake did an interview with Rolling Stone where he would take a jab at Jay-Z for having art references in his songs. It's like Hov can't drop bars these days without at least 4 art references. I would love to collect at some point, but I think the whole rap/art world thing is getting kind of corny. Now,
I ain't gonna lie. Jay-Z's hearing that Drake is calling him corny probably had him fuming.
Drake, of all people, calling you corny is just crazy. So, of course, Jay-Z was not going to go for this. The next month, on March 23rd, 2014, Jay-Z and his Rock Nation protege, Jay Electronica, dropped a freestyle over Soulja Boy's We Made It beat. Now, this in itself was a shot at Drake, because in late 2013, Drake did his own version over this exact beat. On his verse, Jay-Z would directly respond to Drake's comments in his Rolling Stone interview, where he would apologize to Drake for the art references, but calls him Mrs. Drizzy.
Sorry, Mrs. Drizzy, for so much y'all talk. Silly me rapping about that I really bought. Why these rappers rap about guns they ain't shot.
A week later, on April 1st, 2014, Drake would drop a track called Draft Day, which is dedicated to the then rookie football star Johnny Manziel. On this track, it's speculated that he clapped back at Jay-Z with some subliminals.
I think I'm on my 8th flow, just watch me paint flow. We all do it for the art, so I can never hate though.
Later that month, during an NBA playoff game between the Toronto Raptors and the Brooklyn Nets, which of course Drake, hailing from Toronto, supports the Raptors, and Jay-Z, being from Brooklyn, supports the Nets. During an on-court interview, Drake would send more shots at Jay-Z, saying, "This is the people's team out here tonight. You know what I mean? Toronto Raptors." Jay-Z somewhere eating a fondue plate. On May 13th, 2014, DJ Khaled dropped the track They Don't Love You No More with Meek Mill, French Montana, Rick Ross, and Jay-Z. On his verse, Jay-Z clapped back at Drake for his disses on his track Draft Day.
Haters wanna ball, let me tighten up my drawstring. Wrong sports ball, you know you're soft as a lacrosse team.
Fast forward to February 13th, 2015, Drake dropped his album.
Those actually, I obviously knew about the Sorry Miss Drizzy for so much art talk. Yeah, I knew that one. Ooh, I didn't know about the last one.
If you're reading this, it's too late. And on the track 6 p.m. in New York, he sent more subliminal shots towards Jay-Z, saying that he should be the third member of the Throne duo.
You rapping like the Throne should be the three of y'all.
That same year, in 2015, Jay-Z would announce the relaunch of his newly bought streaming service called Tidal. At the launch announcement, a bunch of big names were on stage, except for Drake. That's because it was reported that Drake turned down Jay's offer to partner with Tidal. According to Billboard, Drake was supposed to be one of the many celebrities that signed on for joint ownership of Tidal at a star-studded launch ceremony back in March, but he dropped out as late as 2 days before the event. Drake seemingly rejected the offer because he did not want to be under Jay-Z and would end up signing a $19 million deal with Apple, which was a direct competitor of Tidal. In the summer of 2015, Drake and Meek Mill would be engaged in a beef, prompting Drake to drop a diss track called Charged Up on July 27th, 2015. On this track, he speaks about signing the deal with Apple and throws shots at Jay-Z's Tidal, keeping in mind that Meek Mill is a Rock Nation artist. Drake uses the word entitled to do a play on Tidal.
I'm trying to take the high road. I still got love for my idols. I got me a deal with Apple and I still feel entitled.
On January 31st, 2016, Drake would start off the year dropping a track called Summer 16. On this track, Drake took a really disrespectful jab at Jay-Z.
I used to want to be on Rockefeller, then I turned into Jay.
A couple of months later, on April 5th, 2016, Drake would drop his album Views. That same day, he dropped the track called Pop Style, along with One Dance as singles promoting the album. The tracks were released for exclusive digital download on iTunes. On the single version of the track, Pop Style features the duo of Kanye West and Jay-Z, listed as The Throne. On this track, Jay-Z just did a single line, not a verse. Now, on the album itself, Drake did his own version of the track, leaving Jay-Z and Ye off it. Drake would later explain why Jay-Z only had a single line on the track the next month in an interview with Zane Lowe. Of course, people want to hear Jay-Z rap, so hearing him do 2 lines might be frustrating to a certain audience. That's just landed in my lap. I just dealt with it accordingly. It didn't play out how I wanted it to as far as business or whatever goes, so I figured it would be easier to go with my version. Sometimes we just fall on opposite sides of the spectrum. It's always mutual respect, but sometimes it has to be from afar. According to Kanye, at a show during his St. Pablo tour in October of that year, the track was scrapped from Drake's album due to streaming politics with Apple and Tidal, also out of respect for Meek Mill.
But then it went out of that territory, it went into some Tidal, some political, some percentages on songs.
That summer, on June 26, 2016, DJ Khaled dropped his track I Got the Keys with Future and Jay-Z. Throughout the track, Jay-Z took more subliminals at Drake. On the first verse, he opened up responding to Drake's Summer 16 jab, saying that he can't be him until he owns his masters.
It's always asking me the key. Till you own your own, you can't be free. Till you own your own, you can't be me.
On the second verse, he once again sent subliminal shots at Drake.
In real life, they like me. In real life, I'm like, no.
A couple of months later, on October 23rd, 2016, Drake and 21 Savage dropped their track Sneakin', and on his verse, Drake sent subliminals at Jay-Z for saying that he has to own his masters to be like him. He says that Jay didn't own his masters right away, which is true, because Jay-Z didn't own his masters until 2015, so Drake says to have some patience and he'll be right there with him.
You ain't on it right away, you had to wait on us. Man, I'm only 29, have some patience with us.
A couple of months later, on February 12th, 2017, DJ Khaled dropped the track Shining with Jay-Z and Beyonce.
What's also forgotten about is that Jay popped up on these Khaled records and gave those moments because he used that to sign Khaled to Rock Nation. Remember, Khaled was on Rock Nation.
On his verse,
for management, he was managing. He managed Khaled on Rock Nation, and he gave Khaled like a bunch of verses.
First, Jay-Z sent subliminal shots back at Drake once again, referencing the Summer 16 record.
12 solo albums all platinum. I know you ain't out here talking numbers right. I know you ain't out here talking summers right.
Later that year, in November 2017, Jay-Z was on his 444 tour, and he decided to pay homage to Drake, remixing his tracks Know Yourself and KMT, while Drake was actually in attendance in Toronto. After this, people would think that the beef would be squashed, as the two appeared to be on good terms. The next year, on June 29th, 2018, Drake dropped his album Scorpion, and on the track Talk Up, Jay-Z would be featured. One line in particular I want to mention was at the very end of Jay's verse. He talks about killing X, which is a reference to the murder of the late rapper XXXTentacion. Drake has been heavily speculated to have allegedly had something to do with X's murder, so I find it funny that Jay mentioned this here. It's also been said that Hove recorded his verse while in Europe for the On the Run 2 tour days before the album's release, and X was killed 11 days prior.
Y'all kill X, let Cinnamon live. Streets is done.
On that album was a track called Survival, where Drake would reference how he's trading shots with the GOAT, which is referring to Jay-Z, and how they talked about their subliminal beef.
Taking shots with the GOAT and talking about shots that we send it.
The next month, while Jay and Beyonce were still on their On the Run 2 tour, they stopped in Detroit, where Drake and Jay-Z would link up, being photographed by Rock Nation Senior Vice President Lenny S. This would mark their first time being photographed together in over 5 years. In December of 2019, Drake did his infamous Rap Radar interview where he would speak on his beef with Jay-Z.
Yeah,
everybody.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Free smoke. But you like the sparring though, you know, because like you say you take shots with the GOAT. You talk about the shots that you sent with Jay-Z. Like, why has that relation remained intact? Why has it never gone left?
I think Jay has a lot of respect for me, and he's aware of the massive amount of respect that I have for him at the end of the day. And I think we both enjoy our moments of, you know, him, you know, checking the young boy and me trying to be like, nah, I'm here, you know, like.
After this, nothing else happened, and in late 2021, on Drake's album Certified Lover Boy, Jay-Z was featured on the track called Love All. Who do you think had the upper hand in this subliminal match? Drake or Jay-Z?
Interesting. Now
tuned into the motherfucking greatest.
This is the Jay and Wayne one. I'm not gonna play all of it. We want to get to relevant parts. Some of the stuff that you might not know about what really happened with Jay and Wayne is a very interesting thing, because there's at times when Wayne was falling out with Birdman, or when Wayne was in contract negotiations, Jay was actually there.
Jay-Z was already solidified as one of the greatest. On the third verse of this track, Jay-Z says that he's gonna drop the Black Album, then retire as the best rapper alive.
I dropped that Black Album, then I back out as the best rapper alive.
Later that year, on November 14th, 2003, Jay-Z dropped his quote-unquote final album, The Black Album. After this, Lil Wayne saw that the throne was for the taking. Since
I think that's when is Carter one at that time? Wayne goes on a run from 2004, I want to say mid 2004, to like 2008, obviously culminating with Carter 3 or whatever. All these mixtapes, like he goes crazy, bro.
Since Jay-Z was now retired from hip-hop. Now, something that's definitely worth noting is that Jay-Z is one of Lil Wayne's favorite rappers of all time, and Wayne looks at Jay-Z as his idol. So this also could play a factor in this back and forth. Now, everything was cool between Jay and Wayne initially, but after Jay dropped the Black Album is when things would go left. In 2003, Lil Wayne was gearing up to drop his fourth album, which would be the first installment of the Carter series. The album was originally supposed to drop in late 2003, but would be delayed due to Wayne's change in direction of the music, and some of the featured artists that were on the album weren't with Cash Money, so he put the unfinished album on a mixtape called The Drought, which dropped on October 2nd, 2003. Lil Wayne would then start making his fourth album, The Carter, all over again. On February 1st, 2004, Lil Wayne dropped his mixtape The Prefix, and on this mixtape he pays homage to Jay-Z by rapping over several beats of Hope's. On April 17th, 2004, Lil Wayne dropped the first single for The Carter, which was a track called Bring It Back, featuring Manny Fresh. On the outro to the track is when Lil Wayne would take the first official shots at Jay-Z on wax, when he said this.
The best rapper alive since the best rapper retired.
Wayne was claiming his spot as the best rapper alive since the best rapper retired, a clear shot towards Jay-Z, and this is when the beef would officially begin.
I don't think that's a shot, though. Best rapper alive since the best rapper retired. So you're basically acknowledging that Jay the best. You're just saying you're the new best.
But Jay-Z was still retired, and in 2004 would become the new president of Def Jam, so he didn't respond, of course. A couple of months later, on June 25th, 2004, just 4 days before the Carter dropped, Lil Wayne sat down with IGN for an interview. In the interview, Wayne was asked about the line at the end of Bring It Back. In quotes, "You got a line at the end of Bring It Back where you say best rapper alive since the best rapper retired. That's a pretty heavy boast to lay down on wax. Do you think anybody is going to test you on that?" Wayne responded saying, quote, "We have yet to see. If anybody does try to test me, then I swear to you I'll eat him for breakfast, and I'll tell you how it was next interview." Then the interviewer asked, "Will you eat him with milk?" To which Wayne responded saying, quote, "Nah, I don't need nothing to digest it down with. They are weaklings." 4 days later, on June 29th, 2004, Lil Wayne dropped his fourth album, The Carter. During this time, Destiny's Child were gearing up to drop their fifth and final album as a group called Destiny Fulfilled, which was set to drop in November of that year. Now, if you know, Beyonce is a part of Destiny's Child, which of course is Jay-Z's wife. One of the singles from the album is titled Soldier, featuring T.I. and Lil Wayne. Now, it's been said that Jay-Z actually was the one that requested Lil Wayne to be featured on this track, so Hove was definitely paying close attention to Weezy. After dropping The Carter, Lil Wayne's contract with Cash Money was fulfilled, and he was now a free agent. So in December 2004, the then president of Def Jam, Jay-Z, was trying to sign Lil Wayne to Def Jam/Rockefeller. Lil Wayne ultimately declined Jay's offer, and on February 7th, 2005, Lil Wayne resigned with Cash Money Records. Wayne told MTV News about declining Jay's offer, saying, quote, "It was very tough, but you know, I'm a loyal dude. I stick with the fam. But I hope we could do something in the future with my fam and his fam." Jay-Z would speak on the meeting he had with Lil Wayne on a Breakfast Club interview years later in 2013.
The truth is, after I had a meeting with Wayne, I had a relationship with Baby, so I felt it was only right to call him. I called him out of respect, like, yo, I was talking to Wayne, just letting you know. So after that, I think we received a letter at our office for like torturous interference. Whoa. And I was like, whoa.
Is it sports? They do that?
I could have signed him. I could have signed him and then told him after, but I did the right thing, and I'm cool with that decision.
In 2016, Lil Wayne did an interview with Shade 45, Sirius XM, where he recalled a meeting he had with Jay-Z about signing to Def Jam and Rockefeller, where he claims that Hove only offered him $175,000. Lil Wayne also spoke about signing with Rockefeller/Def Jam in 2005 in an interview with Smack DVD on his tour bus.
And it's been in the press and streets talk. She was recently about to go to Def Jam. This nigga Hove. You know what I'm saying? What was that about?
Yeah. I was hollering at Hove, but as far as about to go, you probably couldn't say whatever about it, but the situation was we had a conversation, and a conversation with Weezy and Hove could take to the higher plateau.
Am I tripping, or Wayne sounds like, even though he looks inebriated here, when Wayne talks these days, like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know if it's maybe the health problems or the drugs, but he sounds clearer here.
You know what I'm saying? Even if it's just a conversation, it's gonna be more than that because we are who we are. And but yeah, the conversation was about me joining Def Jam or the Rockefeller team or whatever. We didn't agree on certain things or whatever the situation was. It didn't work out, and I'm here where I am. But it's all love.
As rumors were spreading about Wayne signing to Def Jam/Rockefeller, somewhere in 2005, Lil Wayne was performing at a club in Jackson, Mississippi, which was being aired on WJTV-12 CBS, dubbed as the Admission Granted special, where he would say that he's now a Def Jam artist, and the next time we see him, he'll be with the boy Jay-Z.
I did that as long as I could do it. I'm a Def Jam artist now, man. So next time you see me, I'm gonna be with the boy Jay-Z, you understand me?
Now, obviously, this never ended up happening, so maybe Wayne was just trying to trick the media into thinking he was signed to Def Jam. Later that year, on December 6th, 2005, Lil Wayne dropped his album The Carter 2, and on this is a track called Best Rapper Alive, where Wayne once again boasts about being the best rapper alive. The next year, in 2006, Lil Wayne did an interview with Music Choice, and he spoke on his track Best Rapper Alive, saying that he got no flack for the track, and says that Jay-Z didn't give him no flack for it either.
I ain't getting no flack from that. I mean, of course from the haters, but I mean from the man, from Jay. ain't nobody, he propped me up when he see me. They gave me a lot of confidence to put a new song out called The Best Rapper on my album.
In another interview in 2006, the interviewer said that one of the tracks on the Carter 2, called Shooter, could be Wayne's version of Hard Knock Life. Wayne responded saying, quote, "Me and my homies, we sit around, and even with the success of this album, we still sit and say, I need that Hard Knock Life song. I need that song that got Jay over that Hard Knock Life song. And for you to just say that is on my album that's already out, that's amazing, man." On May 22nd, 2006, Lil Wayne dropped the second installment of the Dedication series mixtape, Dedication 2. On the skit, I'm the Best Rapper Alive, Wayne once again reminds everyone that he's the best rapper alive. In 2022, at the BET Awards in LA, DJ Drama was interviewed by Hip Hop DX on the red carpet, where he said that he helped Wayne write the script for that skit, saying, quote, "At the time that was coming off of Hove, saying hands down he was the greatest, here comes Tunchi, staking the claim and putting the crown on him." That summer, in June of 2006, Jay-Z announced that he would be coming out of retirement at the age of 36 and was dropping an album that fall titled Kingdom Come. On September 27th, 2006, Lil Wayne sat down with MTV News for an interview, and when discussing Jay-Z's comeback, this is what he had to say.
Did you get the two calls? I know for a while you've been wanting to do something with Jay-Z. He's back out of retirement now.
He never called.
He never called?
I mean, I talked to him, though. He tell me everything I want to hear, though. He let me know that I'm that dude. He see me, keep my head up. That's better than the verse for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's my idol right there. That's role model right there. You know what I mean? He ain't never got to do a verse for me. You know what I mean? Just from him acknowledging me when anybody else asks him anything.
Nah, Jay a hater, bro. Nah, this is premeditated hate, man. Damn. You could tell this nigga wanted a verse, man.
When they don't, he say something. That's enough for the boy right here.
A couple of weeks later, on October 6, 2006, Jay-Z's first single from his comeback album Kingdom Come was leaked to the radio. The track was called Show Me What You Got. The track would officially be released as the first single to the album on October 30th, 2006. On this track, Jay-Z warns all the rappers in the game that he's back, with a line calling himself the Michael Jordan of rap.
I'm back. I am the Mike Jordan of recording. You might want to fall back from recording.
Now keep these bars in mind because it will come into play shortly. On November 21st, 2006, Jay-Z dropped his comeback album Kingdom Come.
This album was trash. Garbage. I think it dropped in 2006. Even though I did like Lost Ones. Lost Ones is a fire song. That was him basically saying that he was trying to keep up with Beyonce and that he bought his nephew a car that he passed away in. I like that song.
The title track, titled Kingdom Come, on the intro, Jay-Z calls himself hip-hop savior, alluding that hip-hop has been dead since he left.
Not only NYC, I'm hip-hop savior.
Track 11 is a track titled Trouble, and on the third verse, it's heavily speculated that this entire verse was a subliminal diss towards Lil Wayne. Throughout the entire verse, Jay is talking to someone he refers to as Lil.
Cute, you little think you in my class. Substitute Lil soon feel my rap.
A couple of weeks later, on December 2nd, 2006, Lil Wayne and Young Money Entertainment dropped the mixtape Lil Louisiana Volume 1. On this mixtape was a track called Dough Is What I Got, which was Lil Wayne rapping over the beat to Jay-Z's track Show Me What You Got off of Kingdom Come. On the first verse, Lil Wayne once again took subliminal shots at Jay-Z when he responded to Jay's claim of him being the Michael Jordan of recording. Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time, so it's no surprise why Hove frequently compares himself to Jordan. Lil Wayne says that he must be LeBron James if Jay-Z is Jordan, but then he says that he's not LeBron because he has rings, and in 2006, LeBron James didn't win an NBA Finals yet. then compares himself to Kobe Bryant because Kobe Bryant stayed with the Lakers his whole career, and up to this point, Wayne has been with Cash Money Records his whole career too. And also, Kobe Bryant has won NBA rings.
Chat, I think we all agree, right? I'm down to say this, right? You know, even though, yeah, I'll say this. If we're gonna compare the basketball players, Jay is Jordan, Kobe is Wayne. I think Wayne is Kobe. Wayne is Kobe. You looked at and try to mirror and take certain things from the guy you thought was the GOAT. You were trying to be him. And then you get the LeBron, the guy who, he don't maybe have a fadeaway like you, but he has different skills. Like he starts singing, he does everything. I think Drake is LeBron. You get what I'm saying? Now, here's the thing, and this is one of the reasons why I'm big on Wayne getting his flowers, is because, you know, rest in peace to Kobe. But Kobe dying, I think people don't give Kobe his proper flowers because, you know, they just compare Mike to LeBron. And also, here's the thing too. This is why, as you go along in life and you're watching sports, at some point you gotta hit your idol with the Allen Iverson crossover, because if you stay in their shadow too much and you're seen as the consummate student and you're seen as someone who's like, for example, I think, I'm gonna be honest with you, I think Kobe would have given Mike the business, but nobody will say that because Kobe's game was modeled after Mike. So he's in Mike's shadow. It's sacrilegious to say he's better than Mike when he learned everything by watching Mike. So that's why, you know, he put himself that, yeah, he's in the same conversation as Mike, but he'll never be greater than Mike because all you're known as is that you looked up to this guy, right? See, LeBron's a little bit different, right? Even if he fucks with Mike, like his build and his play is different from Mike. That's where I feel Wayne, you know, Wayne's kind of in that, even though, by the way, I don't think Wayne really, you know, if you listen to Jay's raps, Wayne's raps isn't really like, especially latter years when he starts going with auto-tune and start doing a lot of melodic shit, like, you know, but I do think the propensity and the dedication to lyricism that Wayne had definitely was inspired and came from Jay-Z.
At that point.
Yo, somebody said J. Cole is Iverson. Yo, Mods, time that nigga out, please. Don't ever disrespect Iverson like that. Allen Iverson's a nigga that had heart and had guts. He was playing with bum-ass niggas like Eric Snow and Tyrone Hill, and he went to war. He was 165 pounds soaking wet, getting knocked on the floor by a 300-pound Shaquille O'Neal. He never stepped down from a challenge. He never made an excuse. He never backpedaled, and he never apologized. Don't you ever, time that nigga out, don't you ever compare a warrior. Let me tell you this. I'd rather have 55 Allen Iversons around me than have 300 motherfucking J. Coles. A J. Cole nigga, once you start losing, he start apologizing to the op. You squabbling, you look over, J. Cole's having a conversation with the op talking about, I'm sorry. Yeah, don't you ever compare Allen Iverson to bum-ass, and it's not bum-ass, let me not disrespect J. Cole. It's not bum-ass J. Cole, but it's a nigga without a heart. J. Cole, like, when you think about J. Cole is like, he's like the Scarecrow. He's like the Tin Man. He lacks a heart. He's like the lion in Wizard of Oz. He lacks a heart. He lacks everything that makes a warrior. That's J. Cole. Allen Iverson was never that. If anything, Allen Iverson just had too much loyalty because he never had enough to win the championship. And if he did what LeBron did by going to Miami and teamed up with a couple niggas early on in his career, Allen Iverson would have had a couple rings. Word too.
Point.
I am the Mike Jordan of recording. You might want to fall back from recording.
I must be LeBron James if he's Jordan. No, I won rings for my performance. I'm on Kobe Bryant up in all this.
In 2020, Nori claimed that after Jay-Z heard Wayne's "Dough Is What I Got," it made Hov go on a long walk and look at himself in the mirror, questioning if he still got it.
He said when he rapped on Show Me What You Got, I had to take a long walk and look at myself in the mirror. And I said, are you sure you still got this?
That same month, Lil Wayne appeared on the cover of the December 2006 issue of the Complex magazine and sat down for an interview. During the interview, he was asked about Jay-Z's comeback. This is what he had to say. The interviewer asked, quote, "How do you feel about Jay's return so far? How many songs have you heard of his?" Wayne replied saying, quote, "I heard a couple, and I'm going to tell you if I like what he's talking about, but I don't like what he's talking about, and I'm going to tell you why. Because he's saying it like he had to come back, like hip-hop's dead, all this, like I'm a hip-hop artist."
Hey, by the way, Just Be Yapping, thank you for the $10 donation. Of course, I see you. You know, I'm not going to ignore you. She said, Wayne isn't performing because the New Orleans city panel didn't pick him. The whole city makes the final decision from what the NFL gives. Wayne/YM is on the list thanks to Jay, but New Orleans, the city, did not pick him and them. Wayne's still a GOAT. Just Be Yapping. I need some proof of that. Again, we don't know how the decision's made, but from what we were told, pretty much the majority of the authority on picking these individuals relied upon Jay-Z. Now, granted, if Jay-Z says he wants, I don't know, Quando Rondo, of course the NFL is going to be like, no, we don't want that, right? Like, yeah. So the NFL or some other governing body could still trump what Jay's saying, but they kind of gave him free reign of the entertainment aspect of it, which is the halftime show. So if you're saying that the Super Bowl halftime show was decided by a panel, a New Orleans panel, as you're saying, a city panel, and they didn't pick Lil Wayne, you got to show me a little bit of proof of that, Shorty, okay? I'm not saying you're lying, and I thank you for the donation, but that sounds wild to me. Yeah, send some proof in, and we'll go over it.
B, what you mean it's dead? So that means I'm not rapping the whole time? I've been in it 13 years, Daddy. How can it be dead? You know what I mean? If anything, it's reborn. Know what I mean? So he's probably having a problem with that. Like this whole aspect of coming back was because it was dead and y'all needed me. Nah, I want him to know that. You left on a good note. You left. This was your house. All the people in the house, all the artists were saying, yo, this is Jay's house. He's bowing out gracefully. We all say he's the best. All the players say, you the coach, you're the best. We love it. You bowed out. You come back and this is still your house? Nah, we effed the bitches in your bed already. Nah, I mean, it's not your house, Daddy. And I just want him to know that. That's from a competitive level. You know what I mean? That's not no beefing or no hating shit or nothing like that. It's just I'm a rapper. And he always capitalizes on rappers being very confident about themselves. Like when everybody asks him, how do you feel about this person saying this about you? If it's anything about rap, he'll be like, they're supposed to say that. So I'm supposed to feel that you're talking about me when you say rap is dead. I mean, I've been out here rapping all my life. What the do you mean? And I'm better than you, Daddy. The interviewer then asked Wayne if he feels he's better than Jay-Z right now, to which he replied saying, quote, who don't? After this interview got out, people started talking about Lil Wayne's comments about Jay-Z, and rumors began spreading like wildfire that these two were now publicly beefing. Fast forward months later, in April 2007, Lil Wayne graced the cover of the April 2007 edition of the XXL magazine,
I remember this cover,
where he would sit down with them for an interview. In the interview, Wayne would apologize to Jay-Z about his comments in his Complex interview in December, saying, quote, I'm glad you brought that up, because I want to apologize to Jay and his family and friends, because I was asked that question, and they put it in there like I was just feeling like, oh, you know what? I'm better than Jay.
Ooh, by the way, thank you to Tupac Archives for the 10. He says, yo, please have Martin Shkreli come back and play the rest of the OG Carter 5. Yo, low-key, I was setting up an interview with him. I think he just got out of jail still. So it's difficult because I don't think he could travel to come to my studio. We were talking about it. We got to figure out like the logistics. So we're probably gonna have to either go to where he's at. I don't know if he got to get approval by like his parole or PO or whatever. But yeah, I do want to sit with Marshall Shkreli. Matter of fact, y'all hit him up. You'll tell him, yo, let's figure it out because we were talking about it, but I could tell, his situation post jail was probably preventing it because I was like, yo, this is our location. Come here. And I don't know if he was allowed to be there. You know what I mean?
They came at me like, so you say you're the best? Can you just say that you're better than everybody? Would you say you're better than Jay? I was like, yeah, I'm better than everybody.
Oh, he apologized to Jay? Come on, Wayne.
But I like to throw that apology out there because of whatever trouble I caused, I ain't want that to happen. That same month, on April 13th, 2007, Lil Wayne dropped his all-time classic mixtape, The Drought 3, which included his Dough Is What I Got track. Now, the king of subliminals, Jay-Z, was not going to just sit back and not respond. That summer, on July 3rd, 2007, T.I. dropped his album T.I. vs. T.I.P. Track 7, titled Watch What You Say to Me, features Jay-Z, and at the end of his verse, he sent subliminal shots back at Lil Wayne. Hope said that he hears Wayne baiting him into replying.
I hear you baiting me lately. I've been doing my best just to say hate and free still. Watch what you say to me.
Jay-Z then says he's going to take up Lil Wayne on that offer if he keeps throwing subliminals, meaning he's going to engage in this rap battle. Then Hope said that he's going to replace Birdman as Wayne's father.
Sooner or later, I take you up on your offer and put you all in your place like I'm replacing your father.
And says that his DNA is in Wayne's music because Lil Wayne has said that Jay-Z inspired him a lot.
You're talking to the author, the architect of the blueprint, my DNA in your music, motherfucker.
After this, the beef rumors were running rampant, but something weird happened later that year. On November 6th, 2007, Jay-Z dropped his album American Gangster, and on the track Hello Brooklyn 2.0, Lil Wayne is featured. This marked the first official collaboration between Weezy and Hove. This track was originally just a solo Lil Wayne track, most likely to appear on the Carter 3, but according to Wayne in an MTV interview, he said, quote, Jay heard the song some type of way. When he heard it, he said, ask the homie if I can get this. More honored than offended, it was an easy answer. When I asked the question, I told him it wasn't even a question. He's got it. Everybody in the world knows how I feel about Jay. He's the king. Utmost respect. That same month...
You know what? Yo, a lot of these relationships, and I think, as you go along in life, you'll learn you can't look up too much to a nigga because you'll always get blinded by your admiration and your respect for them, and you'll start to ignore their blatant disrespect for you, right? I think that's the same thing that Kanye had with Jay. Yo, he's like, yo, my big brother was Big's brother. Then he was talking about how the whole time he's talking about how Jay's hoeing him. You know what I mean? Like, these guys are looking up to Jay, but really, they're just chronicling how Jay is disrespecting them.
Jay-Z was performing at the Hammerstein Ballroom in New York City at his American Gangster concert when he would bring out Lil Wayne as the two both performed Hello Brooklyn 2.0 together. After the performance, Wayne and Jay shut down beef rumors when Wayne pointed to Jay, calling him the best rapper alive, then pointing to himself and said that he's the next rapper in line.
The best rapper alive, the next rapper in line.
After that, everything seemed cool between the two. The next year, in 2008, Lil Wayne would be on fire as he began the rollout to his album The Carter 3. On March 13th, 2008, Lil Wayne dropped the first single to the album, a track titled Lollipop. This track would be Wayne's highest charting single up to this point, peaking at number 1 on the Billboard, becoming Lil Wayne's first single to reach number 1. After this, it was clear that we were officially in the Lil Wayne era, as he was easily the hottest rapper on the planet commercially. And
oh, by the way, I seen somebody just send a donation. Who was that? Yo, Freak the Gemini, thank you. By the way, you're gonna be the reason I send out a text right now. You say you think Lil Wayne was denied because he would have brought Nicki Minaj and Drake out to perform like Nicki claims. Yo, his manager texted me. I'm gonna ask his manager. So, hey, Freak the Gemini, I'm gonna get an answer for you, but the reason why I'm doing this is because of you, just to let you know. You just brought up a good point. I'm writing a message to Wayne's manager right now. Did the NFL ever reach out to Wayne about the Super Bowl? Or was he just completely blindsided? That's good to know, right? Because like we don't know how this process goes. All right. I hit Wayne's manager. I'll get an answer.
Was the best rapper. On April 23rd, 2008, Lil Wayne dropped the second single from the album called A Milli, to which this track peaked at number 6 on the US Billboard Hot 100. In the summer of 2008, Jay-Z would end up doing his...
Furling Gaming, you say NOLA votes for Kendrick? Where is this thing where y'all saying New Orleans voted for Kendrick? Like, who the fuck said that New Orleans voted for Kendrick? Okay. All right. So, we're getting a little bit more information here. Hold on. Y'all like my typing speed? I used to type 85 words per minute in high school. Okay, all right. Here's an article. So this article was published on January 10th, 2024. It says, here's how the NFL chooses the halftime performers, okay? It says the Super Bowl halftime show is probably one of the most highest profile spectacles in all sports. After all, when else do musical artists have a captive audience of more than 100 million people? Even if half the TV viewers get snacks and go to the bathroom at halftime, there's still at least 50 million people watching the show. Since it's such a big stage, the Super Bowl halftime performer come from a pretty short list. Your friend's cover band that plays on Sunday night at a local watering hole probably has no chance of getting the gig, although even some of the biggest names in entertainment are responsible for the worst Super Bowl halftime shows. Probably because only the biggest stars are invited. This is how it works. Duh. But how does the NFL choose who plays? The NFL is a massive entity and the most popular sport in the United States of America. So it takes a lot of care to make the right decision for the Super Bowl halftime show. A journalist who used to cover the Tennessee Titans writes on Quora that the league considers popularity, music genre, and artists overall performance value. So even though Mick Jagger and the Rolling Stones were at the peak of their powers in the late 1960s, they didn't have a broad enough appeal to play at the Super Bowl. Not that they would have wanted to play anyway. So the leagues start with popular performers who appeal to many people as possible, and goes from there. However, it is not the NFL who chooses who takes the stage. The league comes up with a short list, but the host city picks the Super Bowl halftime performers. Okay, let's stop it right there, chat. Let's stop it right there. They're saying that a journalist who used to cover the Tennessee Titans writes on Quora, whatever that website is. First and foremost, let me see if we can find. Can we find it? No. Okay, I'm trying to find it. Again, chat, it's important to know whatever journalist this is and what they're talking about, they might be talking about pre-2021, which is when Jay-Z signed the deal. I don't need to play this again, but I'll play it again. It literally said the deal, or I'll Google it. It said the deal, Jay-Z deal, NFL. It said that he was going to, look, then here's a new partnership. Let's read it again. It was entering a partnership with Roc Nation. Okay, the deal, which has been reportedly been in the works for several months, means Roc Nation will now advise on selecting artists for major NFL performances like the Super Bowl. Okay, now we're not saying that Jay-Z made the decision, but shit, he's definitely in the room and advising. That's the point. Now, to this article, we're not sure if this is the same method that they're going by. So it's important to try to figure out when this Tennessee Titan journalist is talking, are they talking after the deal or are they talking before the deal? Because pretty much what we've heard from everybody who has performed since 2021, they basically almost say it's not just an advisory position. It's almost like if Jay says you should perform, you're going to perform. And if Jay don't want you to perform, you ain't going to perform. Or it's going to be hard for you to perform. You get what I'm saying? So, yeah, okay. So the league starts with, the league starts with popular performers who appeals to as many people as possible and goes from there. However, it's not the NFL that chooses who takes the stage. The league comes up with a short list, but it's a whole city that picks the Super Bowl halftime performers. We don't know if that's the case anymore. We don't know. We just don't know. Okay? Atlanta, which hosted 2019. Again, see? They're talking about Super Bowls before 2021. This is before 2021. So if this journalist info is before 2021, yes, that was the case. But now Jay-Z and Roc Nation took it over. So we don't know if that's true. Okay? Anyway.
His own remix of this track called A Billy. On June 3rd, 2008, rapper Freaky Zeke dropped his mixtape Blame It on the Henny. On this is a track called Beat Without Bass, featuring Lil Wayne. At the end of his verse, Lil Wayne has a message to quote-unquote old-ass rappers, likely referring to Jay-Z, saying that he's like 44 and that he's only 24 years old.
You old ass rappers better stay on tour. You like 44, I'm 24.
On June 10th, 2008, Lil Wayne dropped his album The Carter 3, to which Jay-Z repaid the...
Wait, how old was Jay-Z in 2007? How old was Jay-Z in 2007? Oh, he's 38. He wasn't 44. Okay.
...the favor, being featured on the track Mr. Carter, marking their second collab. On Jay's verse, he essentially says that he's passing the torch to Lil Wayne when he refers to Wayne as his heir to the throne. If we take a look at the definition of heir, it says that it's a person inheriting or continuing the legacy of a predecessor.
I'm right here in my chair with my crown and my dear Queen Bee as I share my time with my ear, Young Carter.
On the outro, Lil Wayne quotes lyrics from his favorite song of all time, Lucky Me, off of Jay-Z's album In My Lifetime Volume 1.
I swear to everything, when I leave this earth, it's gonna be on both feet, never knees in the dirt.
And I swear to everything, when I leave this earth, it's gonna be on both feet, never knees in the dirt.
This album would go on to sell over 1 million copies in the first week, going #1 on the Billboard charts, making history as one of the very few rap albums to achieve 1 million plus copies sold in the first week.
By the way, Ryan, thank you for the 10. He says, yo, Dame Dash, Dipset, DMX, Drake, Lil Wayne, Nas, etc. all talk shit about Hov, then they need him after. Hov said, y'all niggas gonna learn to respect the king. Don't be the next contestants on the Summer's Jam screen. Yeah, we'll get to it because Memphis Bleak basically put something up, basically saying it was like an old J quote saying, anytime niggas got a problem with me, it's always about what I didn't do for them. It's never what I did to them.
Week, Lil Wayne just completely took over the rap game with this album, putting rappers on notice as he had the game in a chokehold. A couple of weeks later, on June 23rd, 2008, Lil Wayne did an interview with Rolling Stone. When they asked him how it felt to be called Jay-Z's hair on Mr. Carter, Wayne replied saying, quote, "That line right there was hard. Unbelievable. I didn't realize it at first. My homie had to tell me, you know what he said, right? I didn't even get it. I was like, why is he saying air? Is he just talking about the air? But I'm smart enough to know that he's smart enough not to just be talking about the air. I felt real dumb, but then I felt so good. It was an incredible compliment." On July 14th, 2008, Lil Wayne did an interview with People magazine where he would speak on the 4 albums that changed his life, one of them being Jay-Z's In My Lifetime Volume 1. Wayne spoke about the song Lucky Me, which we discussed earlier, saying, quote, "Lucky Me is my favorite song of all, period. I actually have Lucky Me tattooed on my neck, and I have a verse of that song tattooed on my leg." Now, Lil Wayne does in fact have Lucky Me tattooed on his neck and lyrics on his leg. That year in 2008, T.I. was gearing up to drop his album Paper Trail. On September 6th, 2008, T.I. and Jay-Z dropped the track Swagger Like Us, to which they recruited Kanye and Lil Wayne to be featured. This track was originally intended to appear on both T.I.'s album Paper Trail and Jay-Z's upcoming album Blueprint 3, but only ended up being on T.I.'s album. That same month, Jay-Z graced the cover of Vibe magazine where he sat down for an interview, and during the interview, he spoke on Lil Wayne being next in line, saying, quote, "You should embrace the next generation. In hip-hop, you always fight the next person coming in because the person wants your spot. But as a person, as a competitor, that's only natural. There was a time Kobe was like, I think I could take Mike. I admire that in a way. The public has Lil Wayne next in line. That's what the public says, so why not?" The next month, on October 27th, 2008, Lil Wayne and Jay-Z were both co-headlining Power 105.1's Powerhouse in East Rutherford, New Jersey, but Lil Wayne did not end up showing up to the show on time after problems with a metal detector, so they had to perform their sets separately. This mega headline was now ruined, and to boot, Wayne's set was reportedly discombobulated and spotty. A couple of months later, on February 8th, 2009, the 51st annual Grammys were held at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, where Lil Wayne and Jay-Z would perform Swagger Like Us together, and they won a Grammy for that track under the Best Rap Performance by a Duo or Group category. On September 8th, 2009,
Peter Stone, thank you for the time, brother, but you said you clearly have a narrative to push. The article is telling you what they do, but you want to do a spin because it's not fitting what you're saying. The stream is some weird J hate. No, it's not. The article is sourcing a journalist that is speaking about how Super Bowl performers were picked from an era before Jay-Z was ever involved. Again, unless they're telling us that's what happened from 2021 on, again, the NFL did a random deal. They never did this deal with no one else. They did a random deal with Jay-Z to stop players from kneeling, and they gave him an advisory position and basically made him like almost the person that was in charge of all of the entertainment like performances in the NFL. So unless any journalist could tell me 2021 on, I don't think you telling me how it worked in 2015 applies to Jay-Z at all, because there was no position of what Jay-Z's doing. So it's not an anti-Jay-Z thing. It's like, yeah, I read the article, but nowhere in the article actually said that their information came from 2021 on when Jay-Z is involved.
Jay-Z dropped his album The Blueprint 3, which would sell 476,000 copies in the first week, debuting at number 1 on the Billboard 200. On 2 of the tracks, he shouts out Lil Wayne. On the track DOA, Death of Autotune, he says that he's gonna send this track to the mixtape Wheezy.
This shit need a verse from Cheesy. I might send this to the mixtape Wheezy.
On the track A Star Is Born, he says that he applauds Lil Wayne, and if he keeps going, he'll pass the torch to him.
Wayne scorching, I'll applaud him. If he keep going, pass the torch to him.
After this is when their relationship would begin to crumble. After this album dropped, MTV would name Jay-Z the hottest MC in the game. On October 19th, 2009, Birdman was doing an interview, and when he was asked about Jay-Z being named MTV's hottest MC, this is what he had to say about it.
Jay-Z just got voted #1 by MTV, #1 MC. What do you make of that?
I don't think he the #1 MC. Wayne the best, he do the most, and he make the most money.
Yeah.
I don't think in the business make more money than us.
Fair enough.
And so how could you be the best if you don't make the best money, the most money, and you don't do the most?
Mm-hmm.
Lyrically, come on, man, be for real, man. Can't nobody f with Wayne us. And to me, if you #1 and you ain't getting no money, don't mean nothing. You hear me? So, but if you #1 and you making money, to me, who making the most money? That's #1 to me. All that rap shit. You hear me? They got cold rappers you never even heard.
Now, initially, Jay-Z did not respond to Birdman's comments, and on October 31st, 2009, Lil Wayne dropped his mixtape No Ceilings, to which he would rap over the beat to Jay-Z's tracks Death of Autotune and Run This Town. In January 2010, Jay-Z sat down with Angie Martinez at Hot 97 for an interview. Angie asked Hov what he thinks about Birdman's comments, to which he responded saying this.
How does Jay feel about Baby from Cash Money constantly saying Wheezy is more lyrical and has more money than Jay-Z?
Being lyrical is just a matter of opinion. It's who you like. So, that's his opinion. As far as money, I mean, that's a little more factual. Right, we can determine that.
Right, we would have to see your bank accounts and things of this nature.
I have no problem, but it's gonna cost. Put it up. If he's that confident, I give him a little glimpse. It's crazy. I give him a little glimpse. Check that out. Now. Cut it out. Knock it off. But as far as being lyrical, I mean that's from one's. That's for the viewers.
That's anybody's. Yeah.
That's everybody.
That crystallizes Jay-Z right there. That just contextualizes it. Obviously, he's an amazing artist and probably one of the best. Not probably one of the best. He's one of the best, like one of like three. But the reason why he's a great businessman, even he knows, even as great as he is musically, that's subjective. When it comes to business, that ain't subjective.
So if he believes that, then I respect that, and that's his guy. So he's supposed to ride with his guy. So I don't have no problems with that. I have no problems with nobody. It's my positive. I want this to be my most positive year. I don't want no problems.
Beyonce and Jay-Z earned $122 million, becoming the highest earning.
Right after that.
Huh?
Right after that.
Right
so
after
I'm saying black and white is ink, baby. I'm just having fun.
Fast forward to March of 2010, Jay-Z was on his Blueprint 3 tour with Jeezy at a show in Madison Square Garden, where Jeezy would bring out Drake, Nicki Minaj, and Lil Wayne. Now, unfortunately, just a couple of days after this concert, on March 8th, 2010, Lil Wayne was sentenced to a 1-year jail sentence after pleading guilty to possession of a gun, which stemmed from a July 2007 arrest when a loaded .40 caliber semi-automatic gun was found on his tour bus. Lil Wayne would begin his 1-year jail sentence in Rikers Island Jail with a possible shortened sentence of 8 months if he has good behavior. During this time, Lil Wayne's Young Money protege, Drake, would take over the rap game, releasing his debut album, Thank Me Later, in June of 2010, which would sell over 400,000 copies in the first week. And after this, it was clear that Drake was up next. In July of 2010, Drake did an interview with Tim Westwood where he would reveal that him and Lil Wayne were planning on dropping a collab album. Lil Wayne would be released in November of 2010, just 8 months after being sentenced.
Now, we're going to get into when Birdman and Wayne try to wake up the whole money thing again.
That same month, Kanye West and Jay-Z would announce that they were dropping a collaboration album called Watch the Throne, to which the production began in November of 2010. In January of 2011, Drake would do another interview with Tim Westwood where he would accuse Kanye West and Jay-Z of stealing his and Lil Wayne's idea of a collaboration album.
I mean, you know that we still gotta do that album.
Yes, you still got to do that
Some
album.
other guys are coming out with the album too. There's 2 other guys that are coming out together. 2 other rappers that are coming out with an album together. I don't know where they got that idea, but...
That same month, Jay-Z and Kanye West would begin the rollout for the collab album Watch the Throne. On January 11th, 2011, they dropped the first single on the album titled Ham, and on his verse, Jay-Z would send shots at Birdman for saying that Lil Wayne has more money than him in his interview. He directly mentions Birdman's nickname, Baby, and says that they don't even have as much money as his wife, Beyonce.
Really $500 million, nigga, really, you got baby money. Keep it real with niggas ain't got my lady money.
Lil Wayne, of course, heard this, so on August 29th, 2011, Lil Wayne dropped his album The Carter 4. And on the track It's Good featuring Drake and Jadakiss, on his verse, Wayne responded to Jay-Z. Weezy directly references Hope's Baby Money bar from Ham. Then he threatens to kidnap Beyonce and take out Jay-Z.
Talking about baby money, I got your baby money. Kidnap your, get that how much you love your lady money.
Jay-Z would later speak on this in his Breakfast Club interview in 2013.
How close were you to really spanking Wayne when he threw that shot at the wife?
Nah, it was alright. It's part of you know, the sport and the competition. I didn't take it serious. I didn't view it as a threat, but I didn't take it as a real threat. I took it as a flip of a line.
Lil Wayne would also do an interview later in 2011 with Sway, where he would speak on Jay-Z's diss on Ham.
You ask him about the Jay-Z line?
I wouldn't ask him about a Jay-Z line because he's not Jay-Z.
Is that something you would react to as an MC?
Actually, the subject that he's talking about in that line, I can't box with the guard with that. You know what I mean? And I'll be the first one to tell you that. Given my wit and the type of person I am, I'll capitalize and I'll play off of it.
Fast forward to January 2012, Birdman did an interview with the Big Boys Neighborhood where he would speak on the issues between himself and Jay-Z.
Is there an issue with you and Jay-Z? Like Jay-Z said something in the record Ham. He was saying, you ain't got baby money, you spending baby money. Is there an issue?
Not with me, but I don't know how he feeling, but we just doing what we do, you know? We ain't tripping. We spending baby money. That's how we live.
The next month, on February 12th, 2012, YMCMB hosted a pre-party for the Grammys, and during this, Lil Wayne got on the mic to spit a few bars, where he would diss Jay-Z and Kanye when he directly mentions Watch the Throne.
And other than that, I ain't really got nothing else to say, but I met a bad red bomb. I took the home. I asked her, would she want to watch? She said, surely not the throne.
Oh, I never seen this. Yo, Birdman looked like a proud father, man. Throwing up that blood sign.
Surely not the throne.
Drop mic moment. Look at Mac Mean. Oh shit! I just realized Drake was here
and
too.
his fam. Jay-Z would speak
God damn it.
Westwood, where he would reference to spit a few bars.
Where's Nicki at?
And other than that, I ain't really got nothing else
I know Drake is here. Where's Nicki?
to say, but I met a bad red bomb. I took the
Who's this nigga right here? Is this Little Twist? Oh shit!
home. I asked her, would she want to
I forgot this girl's name. What was this girl's name again?
Why she said, surely not the throne.
Nah, Wayne stand on business.
The next year, on July 4th, 2013, Jay-Z dropped his album Magna Carta Holy Grail. And on the track La Familia, he responded to Wayne saying he was going to kidnap Beyonce, telling him good luck on trying to kidnap her.
Just wanna kidnap white feet. Good luck with that, bruh.
After this, the beef would begin to die down as Wayne never responded to these lines. The next year, Lil Wayne was gearing up to drop the 5th installment of the Carter series. On May 15th, 2014, Lil Wayne dropped what would have been the second single on the album, a track called Douce. Now, if you know, Douce was the liquor brand Jay-Z was endorsing at the time, having stake in the company. On the intro to the track, Wayne shouts out Jay-Z.
Ho, what your boy?
On July 3rd, 2014, Lil Wayne did an interview with MTV where he would explain why he shouted out Jay-Z on the track, saying, quote, "We was just on that Douce heavy. I don't write none of my music. I don't write it down. So I just go in there and say whatever come to my mind. So what came to my mind that night was what was on my mind that night." The Carter 5 would end up being delayed due to Wayne going through troubles with Cash Money, which is for a whole separate video. The next year, in 2015, Lil Wayne and Jay-Z would partner exclusively to drop his next album called the Free Weezy album exclusively on Tidal, which was the streaming service that Jay-Z was endorsing with stake in the company. The next year, in November 2016, Lil Wayne was performing his track I'm Me at the Camp Flog Gnaw Music Festival, where he would change the lyrics saying he's a Rockefeller millionaire instead of Cash Money millionaire.
Rockefeller millionaire.
On April 10th, 2017, Lil Wayne was performing at Slippery Rock University in Pennsylvania, and Wayne would once again shout out Jay-Z. This time he announced that he was a member of the team while throwing up the rock.
Is it cool if I just say, it's the rock? You know I'm a member of that team now. We talk about that later though, but
The next year, on September 28th, 2018, Lil Wayne finally would drop his album The Carter 5 after an ongoing legal battle with Cash Money. In December of that year, Lil Wayne took to stage during a concert in Chicago to thank Jay-Z for helping him through the tough times he was facing over the past couple of years. Jay-Z helped him through a $7 million tax debt in 2011 and $6.8 million in 2012, totaling to over $14.1 million in taxes owed. Wayne thanks Jay-Z and Swizz Beatz for helping him with taxes and production when he was really down.
There's people like Jay-Z, you know what I mean? He helped me when I was really down. Really down. There's people like Swizz Beatz that's gonna send me every beat he make and want me to rap on every single one until I got my situation straight. He don't want me to talk about it, don't want me to tell nobody, Jay don't want me to tell nobody. That man helped me with my tax. These are real friends, y'all. Shout out to Jay, shout out to my Swizz, shout out to my brother Chance. Music! Y'all know his name?
After that, Lil Wayne would go on to praise Jay-Z on podcasts, even suggesting that if any rapper were to become president, it should be Jay-Z.
What rapper should run for president?
If there was a rapper that should ever run for president, I believe that rapper would easily or should easily be Jay-Z. Plain and simple. I don't even think there's a why that should come with that. After that, plain and simple. I would love to see B as the first lady. Plain and simple. Just another Carter in the White House.
So there you have it, the full timeline of Lil Wayne versus Jay-Z. Not really a serious beef, but a nice sparring match as the two competed for that #1 spot in hip-hop.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, man. Salute to Jay-Z, man. Classic Snake. Fuck with it. Classic motherfucking Snake, man. Anyway, there's a few other people that, try to jump in, and, it was kind of interesting. First of all, because somebody tell me, so allegedly, it's being said that Jack, this guy Jack right here, Jack Dorsey, they saying that Drake fucked his girl or something like that, man. Yo, Drake, you gotta stop fucking these niggas' girls, bro. You gotta. I don't know if it's his girl or his ex. I don't know who Drake fucked, but apparently Drake done fuck somebody he been with. He hate the fuck out of Drake. That's why if you look back at Jack Dorsey, by the way, if you don't know, that's the former co-founder of Twitter. He's now on the board of Square. He's Jay-Z's friend. If you look up Jack Dorsey, Drake. Actually, Aiden even came out and said that Drake fucked his chick too. So I don't know if Aiden was speaking from intel or what. But if you I said, now why would Jack Dorsey hate Drake? He been going in the whole time. Yeah, the whole time he's always been just kind of egging on Kendrick to just kill Drake. You know what I'm saying? Now, Aiden did say this.
That's why he's not the CEO anymore, and that's why Elon Musk is doing a way better job than him, allowing freedom of speech and shit. I don't give a fuck, bro. It's fucking libtard. I don't care. I said it. He banned Trump, and now Trump owns this app, this fucking Quillfest app. It's bad. Yo, Elon Musk did what Jack couldn't do. I don't care. It's better now. X is way better now. It's owned by somebody who supports Trump. Thank God. We needed that. And Drake fucked your wife.
My name Kendrick Lamar.
What? Yeah, Jack Dorsey been mad. I don't even know if he got a wife though. Look like he been dating. Yeah, Drake probably definitely Drake the type of nigga you introduce him to your girlfriend, he DM your girlfriend. Or he'll follow her and you're like, why the fuck you follow my girl? He wait till your girl and you beefing, then he hang out with her and fuck her. So you get back with your girl, and you'd be like, yo, what'd you do during the break? What you do during the break? She gonna tell you she sucked Drake off, bro. I don't know if that's true, but that is crazy. But Jack Dorsey and Drake. Now, granted, if you look up Jack Dorsey and Jay-Z, you're going to see tons of pictures of them just chilling. Jack Dorsey back here. Jack Dorsey in the back. Jay right here. Right here. They're super cool. Jack Dorsey here. Jay's right here. This is both of them right here. Yeah, that's definitely, look, both of them right here. Jay fucks with him, but he hates the fuck out of Drake, bro. Hates the fuck out of Drake. So what did Drake do to Jack Dorsey? You can't really figure it out. I don't think he's married. But anyway, don't matter. Okay. Regardless, did y'all see Hurricane Chris chiming on the whole matter? Watch this.
So now you niggas understanding, huh? Same motherfucking shit that I was just saying 50 Cent did in Shreveport. Now it's happening in New Orleans on a bigger scale, so people like Master P come in on it, so now everybody understand. I just made this same fucking statement, but I guess, cause I ain't my brother, motherfuckers ain't get it. Well, I'm glad it's going down like it's going down. God told me to just sit back and motherfuckers.
Y'all got Hurricane Chris started, man. If only 50 had just booked him for that Humor and Harmony shit, man. This nigga crashing out.
The eyes was gonna be open. It don't matter whether you small or big. It don't matter whether you large. It don't matter whether you tiny. Homage is old. Respect is old. You supposed to pay respect to the motherfuckers that laid the foundation before you. I wouldn't give a damn what your organization is. I wouldn't give a damn how much money you spent. I wouldn't give a damn what you did. When you walk into a house, you speak to everybody who live in that house, and you pay respect to everybody who live in that house. I'm from the South. Now, wherever you from, you go do what you do wherever you go do it. But when you come to the South, y'all got to show more respect in this, bruh. We got our own culture here. Niggas coming down here laughing, playing games, thinking they just gonna use their money and take over everything. It ain't going down like that. We going back to that old fucking law. You niggas stepping on turf, gon' do what you supposed to do, or you gonna pack your shit up and get the fuck on somewhere. All the nice guy shit out the window. Fuck being nice. Fuck trying to cop deuces. Take back every nice word I said to you niggas. Get your fucking mind right, or we gonna make niggas get their mind right. How about that?
Now, Slim Jimmy, he got in the comments and said, bruh, ain't no way you so reaching. And Hurricane Chris says, mind your fucking business unless you want to see these hands, bruh. Oh, God, what's popping? So Hurricane Chris ready to, fight over it. Slim Jimmy said, you don't want no smoke. Okay? This is some bullshit right here, man. Anyway, Master P, he chimed in as well. Master P chimed in. I might have read this yesterday. But he said, yo, listen, salute to Kendrick Lamar for performing at the NFL halftime show at Super Bowl 59. Well deserved. He's one of the hottest musical artists out now in the world, and he has one of the biggest songs out right now. As an ambassador of entertainment in the city of New Orleans, I have to agree with the fans that Lil Wayne should have been a part of the celebration as well. He's one of the greatest hip-hop artists alive, still relevant, and he's a New Orleans native. Let's not miss a cultural moment in the South. Life is too short. We have to give our legends their flowers while they're still here. Change starts with us. I agree with that as well. Again, I think my compromise for that, because I understand the Kendrick point, but you could have done a co-headliner. Why not do a co-headliner? Kendrick, Master P, and Lil Wayne, right? Like, you could have done a co-headliner. So it didn't have to be one or the other, right? So that's my thoughts on that. Regardless, let me see. Regardless, did y'all see TDE Punch? TDE Punch immediately started trolling. He at Mac Main in one of these posts, and he basically, let me see. He says, yo, right here. He says, yo, Mac Main, what's up? He's trying to fuck with him. He's trying to pick at, Young Money artists at this point. And by the way, yo, look at my nigga Wayno. Wayno says, yo, this nigga is looking at a timeline like this today. Now, if you don't know what this means, Michael Rubin has said that the thing he don't like about black communities, he don't like about black culture the most, is that black people hate on black people the most. And I guess now people are saying, well, niggas is hating on Jay-Z and hating on Kendrick, I guess. So y'all are proving this guy right. Like, black people hate black people more than other people, which I still think is just not his place anyway, but it's a funny meme. Okay. All right. Let me see what other fallout or weather situation has kind of came out of this. Hold on. Here's a clip of Wayne discussing his desire to perform at the Super Bowl.
What you do the Super Bowl? Duh. I gotta ask. I'm just it's a question, Wayne. I know the answer, but I gotta ask you.
Of course, the Super Bowl is in New Orleans I think it's in 2025 or something like
He
that.
doing it.
I'm not sure. I'm not
Wayne,
sure.
come on, man. Say
I'm
it,
not
Wayne.
sure
You
what
gotta
shit. No,
say it,
I
Wayne.
don't. They know. I will not lie to you. I have not got a call.
Hey, Jay, what you do to Super Bowl?
Got a call.
Hey, Jay,
like
but I'm camera
so,
folk, Jay.
But we all praying. You know, we praying. We keeping our fingers crossed. I'm working hard. I'm gonna make sure this next album and everything I do is killer. So I'm gonna make it very hard for them to. I want to just make it hard for them not to
pick
holler
you
at
to
the
do
boy.
it.
Got a call.
Hey, Jay,
like
but I'm camera folk, Jay.
But we.
Okay. Some people chimed in. They said, "Listen, I'm not hating on Kendrick hosting the Super Bowl. He's definitely a big enough artist. He deserves it with enough hits, but nobody should be headlining Super Bowl in New Orleans over Wayne. No fucking body." Somebody says the internet is in an uproar and gets everyone crying, validates why Kendrick is the right person to perform in the halftime Super Bowl in 2025. These folks know business. I'll be here for Not Like Us performance. History is made. What else? Sorry. What the fuck? Wait. Here we go.
What you do to Super Bowl?
All right. Then somebody else says, everyone knows I'm a Drake fan, but one thing about Kendrick Lamar is his love for Black American art. He'll put on a show that'll certainly pay respects to New Orleans and its culture. I think everyone can relax. Ethan De Niro says, I'm happy it's Kendrick, but still, feel like a missed opportunity. And then somebody says Lil Wayne should definitely have been picked to perform in Super Bowl. He's literally from New Orleans and a rap legend. Okay. All right. By the way, NLE Chopper is clearing up. He said he said, look at this.
I'm just gonna say it. I'm gay. So.
That's it? That's all you want to say? What, baby? We knew that. Right. We already knew that.
Wait, you guys don't want to talk about me being gay?
Baby, we've been talking about that for years. We all knew that, and we all talked about it. We all knew. Yeah, we waiting.
Yo, nah, this is exactly. Hey, the funny thing is, I think these rappers been playing with the zesty shit so much, niggas already thought y'all was gay.
No, you can say something, baby. We don't rush nobody to come out. You come out when you want to. That's fine. That's fine. You all right. You all right. We know that.
Really?
Baby, we knew back when you was a little boy.
We knew.
So,
Hilarious. So NLE Chopper is saying that he never said he was gay, and he's saying with a new song, he has a new project coming out. Anyway, whatever, man. Whatever. Any more fallout from this shit? There's obviously a Birdman angle here. I think the angle we should probably look into is Nicki Minaj, Meg Thee Stallion, Rock Nation. That's where the shit is.
So if you get shot in one, and then you get shot in two, now that leaves zero.
Okay,
So how you twerking 2 days? How you
Let me
twerking 2 days
read
later? If you got, do you know what? Have you ever been shot? Have you?
I've never been
Nikki.
shot, Nicki.
Okay. I know people that have been shot. I know people that shoot. Okay. Now let me tell you what the fuck don't. Let me tell you what the fuck don't happen 2 days after a bitch get shot in 2 hoofs. Twerking on socials. First of all, even emotionally, you just got shot.
Girl, Nikki's cold. How are you laughing saying somebody got shot like that?
No. But, however, the point is, you know what really grinded my fucking gears, guys? What grinded my gears was when Doodoo on the beats. They or them I've never met in my life.
She's talking about Juju on the beats.
Got on Twitter, started bragging about him not clearing a beat for Nicki Minaj. So, while people were acting unbothered on socials, and while Desiree Perez was the bots. Oh my God, we have screenshots of the YouTube bots. It's crazy. Leo, you better.
By the way, Eastside Guy, think of it 20 says, who says Wayne won't perform with Kendrick? They got a song together. Yeah, that's not happening. Fuck that song together and fuck the Super Bowl. Drake has made Lil Wayne tens of millions of dollars. No. You're not being seen on stage with Kendrick.
Don't play with me, nigga. I hope you ain't around that company no more right now, cause yeah. And so, no, wait,
Nicki,
hold
some
on,
of
Joe.
us
Hold on,
still
Joe.
very much need
Joe.
YouTube
Hold on. Between the YouTube bots and the Twitter ads and the paid for TikToks and the paid for tweets, to the point where people got their little $250 for they tweet to say something bad about Nicki Minaj, and then the next day it was like, bitch, yeah. Anyway, I'm going right. I'm listening to Bigfoot. So I don't know why anybody of that, and I'm not talking about any rapper. I'm talking about a company or companies. Why would they want to prove everything I've been saying is true? Because what happens is, if you already make a smear campaign to market and tell people somebody is quote unquote crazy, then you are training them not to believe whatever this person says. So why would Doodoo on the Beats that night come out like a dummy on the beats and prove my point? Oh, and you know what the barbs do? Oh, once one point Nicki say has been proven, oh, they will go back for the last 50 years and research some shit. And they will realize, oh, wow, they've been doing this, they've been doing that, they've been doing this. And now you ask yourself why. So if you think this is an issue between two rappers, you're wrong. This is a dialogue between
She's been
me,
saying
the
this though.
machine, and a bunch of different machines having to come together constantly, using different people. When one fails, let's go somewhere else and try to. It never works. But that's the point that I wanted the world to see, and that it's gonna be sympathy again. It's gonna be nonsense again, and nobody will ever respect that in rap.
What's poppin', yo? In 2018, on Drake's Talk Up track on his Scorpion album, Jay-Z would rap, "I'm what Meech should have been, I'm what Supreme didn't become. If Alpo didn't snitch, niggas would be like Young. I got your president tweeting, I won't even meet with him. Y'all killed X and let Zimmerman live. Shh, Streets is done." What if I told you that The Streets was done nearly 2 decades prior, involving Jay-Z himself, and an individual he worked and still works closely with? If you look up Desiree Perez, there's an article on Hits Daily Double in 2016 where they describe her saying, "But after the defection of a string of executives, Tidal has its third CEO, who exactly is orchestrating these 5-star exclusive artist plays. Sources behind the scenes say that person is Desiree Perez, a trusted close associate of Jay-Z for nearly 20 years who has a long track record running SC Enterprises. And with her husband, OG Juan Perez, runs Roc Nation Sports as well. Perez is known for being a fiercely tough negotiator and rabid numbers cruncher, and has a history and street rep that even Empire's own Cookie wouldn't challenge. Des is a boss. Simply put, insiders point out that she negotiated the Beyonce Formation Stadium tour and had a strong hand in the Rihanna Samsung deal as well. Impressive. Perez is part of the Hova circle of influence that includes her husband, Jay Brown, Ty Smith, Shaka Pilgrim, and Jana Fleischman. This is the collective running the entire operation of not just Roc Nation and its various wings of management, label operations, and publishing, but the forces behind the operation of Tidal itself. There are a couple of missing pieces.
So it's kind of interesting how Roc Nation has kind of fell into like this. They're like the villains of the music industry, because even though, technically black owned, Rock Nation employs a lot of the same type of tactics that you would expect a non-cultural entity to do.
Pieces to the full bio of Desiree Perez, and I don't know if you really want to say street rep, but I've been eyeing on making this video for the past 2 or 3 weeks until 6ix9ine had to come out and really bring to a larger scale the reports that Desiree Perez, who's the current CEO of Rock Nation, was a government mole and informant back in the mid-90s. This isn't some new information, but it is the biggest scale it's ever blown up on, especially within hip-hop. In a Daily News article from 2014 is when I first remember it being revealed, and the article wasn't even about anything music related. It was about Alex Rodriguez's suspension from Major League Baseball due to doping, and how Desiree Perez was advising him through what to do afterwards. The headline of the article was, Alex Rodriguez was set to quit baseball until former drug mole and ex-convict Desiree Perez convinced the Yankees slugger to fight MLB over PED suspension. In the article, it talks about how A-Rod was considering retiring and cutting a settlement deal with the MLB so he could just go away quietly after being caught through a test. He spoke with the president of the Yankees to explore an exit strategy, but he told him that his problem was with the MLB, not the Yankees. And Desiree Perez came in and forced him back on the team, according to a source. When Levine declined, telling Rodriguez that his problem was with MLB and not the team, Perez confronted A-Rod with demands to return to the field, according to one source familiar with the strategy. This is when Desiree Perez hijacked the process and forced him back on the team, the source said. At one point, after Rodriguez missed a minor league rehab game because of a tight quad, and the Yankees asked him to return to New York for an MRI, Perez helped locate a doctor to review the test and find there was no strain, according to the source. The plan backfired when SNY and the News reported that the orthopedist, Dr. Michael Gross, had been disciplined by the New Jersey State Board of Medical Examiners for failing to adequately ensure proper patient treatment involving the prescribing of hormones, including steroids. This was her ploy to expose the Yankees and take retirement out of Alex's hands, the source said. She thought she had a gotcha moment when Gross said the MRI didn't indicate a strain. Despite the goof, A-Rod was apparently still taking Perez's advice on August 2nd. After smacking a home run in Trenton during his minor league rehab assignment, Rodriguez told the media that the Yankees and MLB were conspiring to push him out of baseball. I think that's the pink elephant in the room, said Rodriguez, claiming people are finding creative ways to cancel his contract. Rodriguez's attorneys knew immediately that his attack would derail the diplomacy required for a settlement. A day later, overtures from the Rodriguez camp were rebuffed by baseball officials. Desiree Perez was basically trying to go around the MLB to try and get Alex Rodriguez back on the field. This is clearly not a good idea when you've been busted for performance-enhancing drugs and trying to negotiate a settlement deal with the MLB themselves for your multi-million-dollar contract. So how did following Perez's advice work out for A-Rod in this situation? 2 days later, Commissioner Bud Selig hit Rodriguez with a 211-game ban. They wanted to embarrass the Yankees, one source said. Cost them money. That dynamic. That is why Desiree Perez gave an ultimatum to A-Rod. That is why they wanted the Yankees to play him. The result was an all-out assault on the Yankees, MLB and Selig, Bosch, the Yankees' doctor, the arbitrator that would hear Rodriguez appeal the suspension, the media, and anyone else that got in the way. At one point, A-Rod's supporters showed up at his arbitration hearing on Park Avenue with signs comparing Levine to the devil. There were accusations denied by Levine that his contract for a bonus if he could get the Yankees out from A-Rod's massive deal. Scratch the commissioner's eyes out and kick the Yankees in the shin is how Rodriguez lawyer David Cornwell, speaking at Villanova Sports Law Symposium, described the strategy that led to Rodriguez's suspension for the entire 2014 season. Nothing was more important than the effort to smear, intimidate, and outspend Bosch. Discrediting the witness who knew the most about A-Rod's doping was a top priority, and the best ammunition was to call him out for having been forced to cooperate with authorities. Bosch had his back against the wall and had no chance but to flip against his friend. It was a position Perez knew all too well. Taking Desiree Perez's advice got him the longest suspension in the history of Major League Baseball, and the loss of over $20 million in base salary for that 2014 season. The Bosch that they're referring to is Anthony Bosch, who was the owner of Biogenesis. That was a massive scandal. It was basically an anti-aging clinic, but it really supplied performance-enhancing drugs to not only professional baseball players, but anybody that wanted them. He himself was under fire after a 2013 article in the Miami New Times, where a former employee gave them documents that showed a massive list of professional athletes who were clients, like Ryan Braun, Nelson Cruz, and of course, Alex Rodriguez. But the paper didn't want to give the proof to MLB. And what happened was that both the MLB and the Florida Department of Health took legal action against Anthony Bosch in order to get them to basically tell the people he worked with. And he agreed to work with them to have his name removed from the lawsuit. And in the end, he pled guilty to one charge of conspiracy to distribute testosterone. And he got sentenced to 4 years. But they cut his sentence down by 16 months for his cooperation with the MLB and giving them all the decoded nicknames they had, the messages explaining everything they needed. And this was the same period of time Desiree Perez was starting Roc Nation Sports. But let's get into what the article says about her snitching. It says, but multiple sources told the Daily News that A-Rod's last chance for a dignified exit ended when he turned to Desiree Perez, a Manhattan nightclub manager with a lengthy criminal record and close links to hip-hop mogul Jay-Z. While Perez is not an employee, officer, or agent of Jay-Z's new agency, Roc Nation Sports, sources say she is a major behind-the-scenes influence. She's directly involved with the athletes, one Baseball Insider said. She has a lot of power. Perez is also a convicted felon, with a long and wild history as a DEA cooperating witness and then a fugitive. She wore wires to meet with major cocaine traffickers, according to federal court transcripts obtained by the Daily News. Perez declined numerous interview requests and did not respond to questions submitted to her attorneys about her past. If you never heard about this, it's sort of like getting hit so hard your head is just spinning. Your entire reality shakes up a bit. You get dizzy vision. How the hell is Jay-Z so close with an individual like this that is reported to have broken one of the most sacred codes that Jay-Z claims he holds? Dame Dash was even frightened by it. In an interview with Sway, he said, "This is the one time that the paper did scare me. I read about his affiliation with an informant, that he's in business with certain people. It's tricky for me to say, but just based on where I'm from, I can't have nothing to do with that. There's no more business being done with me and him until I understand the situation." And court records were obtained by the newspaper, and they said as follows. Perez was a 26-year-old mother of young children in 1994 when she was arrested in New York for possession with intent to distribute 35 kilograms of cocaine, according to court records reviewed by the News. Federal authorities charged she was part of a drug conspiracy stretching from New York to Florida to Puerto Rico. She and co-defendant Amari Lopez faced at least 10 years in prison. Lopez was supposedly one of at least 3 men to marry Perez since the late 1980s. But Perez cooperated in return for telling the DEA everything and putting herself at substantial risk, as one prosecutor put it. She was sentenced to 30 months in a military-style boot camp program in 1995. Basically, they sent her to the adult version of the Girl Scouts. Many of the records in Perez's case were sealed soon after her arrest. But one transcript from a June 11, 1996 court hearing obtained by the News showed the feds were pleased with their star mole. The defendant has really worked closely with these agents, Assistant U.S. Attorney Lawrence Bardfeld told a judge that day, arguing to keep Perez out of jail. Miami-based defense attorney Alan Ross told the judge that his client wore a wire on no less than the 4 or 5 occasions when she's been down there in Puerto Rico. And I think the court knows from its experience that you just can't do anything more dangerous than wear a wire and go into an undercover meeting in Puerto Rico with a known violator, one who's suspected of or being investigated for a murder case down there. The transcript describes how a mutual regard and respect developed between Perez and the DEA special agent she worked with to bust Colombians moving cocaine shipments of 50 to 100 kilograms. "She has gone the extra mile, an extra gold star," said Ross, adding that he believed the defendant was fully rehabilitated. Perez was released that July and placed on 5 years of supervised release. She began working at night spots in Miami Beach and was scheduled to meet her probation officer at one of them, Club Onyx, when she skipped town without notice in early August 1997. The fugitive resurfaced 9 months later in Brooklyn, where she was arrested on March 5, 1998. Perez was charged with grand larceny, criminal use of drug paraphernalia, and criminal possession of a firearm. Her probation was revoked and she was sentenced to 9 months in prison. Just 9 months? And 3 years of supervised release. Oh, they cut her a pretty nice deal. A DEA special agent from the case, contacted by the news, declined to comment. Isn't that one hell of a story? In the excerpt, it talks about a bunch of her marriages, which I don't think a single one of them you could say was normal. The first man she got married to was Joel Reynoso in 1988, and she had 2 children with him, and their marriage ended with his death in 1995, when he died in a parachuting accident in Long Island, I should say. This information was brought to light in a separate New York Post article from August of 2004. The topic of the article is Desiree wanted to get married, but she went to get the license and they said she was already married to 2 other individuals, and she said she had no idea who the hell they were. What made me scratch my head though is that Amari Gonzalez, as we saw earlier, was her co-defendant in that case. And this is the guy she was doing the crime with in 1994, while she was married to her original husband, a year before her husband died. And it's also the same guy she married in 1998, 3 years after her husband died, of a parachuting accident. Because the majority of these articles back then referred to her as Desiree Gonzalez, not Desiree Perez, because she was married to Amari Gonzalez. I just found it really odd that the guy she was doing crime with while married to her husband, and then her husband dies a year later, and she marries that same guy according to the article 3 years later. Moving forward though, she was trying to get married in 2004. At the clerk's office, Gonzalez was told she was also married to 2 other men. But the clerk...
Alright, bro. We don't gotta play this whole thing for you guys to realize, man. The CEO of Rock Nation, this is the type of chick that if she would smuggle drugs, then snitch on the people she smuggled for, she's a fixer, people. She's a, I don't want to call her low down and dirty, but come on. She's a scrappy chick. She a chick that CEO title, if Jay-Z has a meeting with her and says, yo, we need to get this nigga Lil Uzi, the real answer should be, well, he's in a contract with Generation Now in Atlantic. We don't have a way to get him out of that contract legally. You need somebody like Desiree Perez, who she gonna get it done, but it's gonna be by some nefarious means. So I think that's why Jay-Z kind of, gravitates to her. She'll do the dirty work for him. She'll get the hands dirty. And something about her makes Jay-Z feel like she won't, she's told before, but it don't feel like he clearly trusts her. Now, granted, I don't believe they have a sexual relationship at all. In fact, she apparently dates somebody who is cool with Jay-Z. So, Jay-Z really must fuck with her, because usually sometimes when you see like a woman in a position of power and she's loyal to a dude or she's protecting a dude, that dude is fucking her. But apparently that's not the case when it comes to Jay-Z and Desiree Perez. However, she is the chick who knows where all the skeletons buried, but it looks like she's been hiding them for him. And she's gonna, despite what we say about her, he's gonna hold on to her. It is what it is.
Clerk wouldn't tell her who. Gonzalez got Colbert involved, and he learned that the other grooms were a man named Guillermo Gutierrez and another named Hector Saldarriaga, 2 people Gonzalez didn't know. A private investigator was hired to find the men the judge refers to as the phantom husbands, but the addresses listed on the license were phonies.
So she was married multiple times, and nobody could find the husbands. Till the judge has to order them to look for the husbands, and they're saying these are phantom husbands.
As were Gonzalez's address and signature on the forms, Colbert said. The city said it couldn't void the marriages without the phantom husbands, and then questioned whether Gonzalez's divorce filings and her late husband's death certificate were authentic. Gonzalez declined comment and would not identify her fiancé. She got a lawyer and managed to get it resolved. And as we can see, a recurring theme is that Desiree does not like speaking to reporters or the media ever. I can't really blame her. We know who her fiancé is now, and it was Juan Perez, also known as OG Juan, who was a close friend of Jay-Z since 1996. But these are some really weird situations that Desiree Perez coincidentally keeps just falling into. But what isn't a coincidence is the poor business practices that were reported in the 2000s when she was part owner of Jay-Z's club named 4040. In 2002, the liquor license was listed under Desiree's father's name, Epifanio Gonzalez from the Bronx, as president, director, and 50% stockholder, with Jay-Z as the other 50%. Things just went smooth sailing from there, right? I mean, she had the whole marriage issue, she served a couple of months of time when she ran away after having allegedly helped the DEA take down cartels in Puerto Rico and Colombia. It was time for no problems, a new life. Like the DEA said, fully rehabilitated. Well, not quite. 2003 was littered with lawsuits for the club that she was running by contractors who said they weren't paid, and here's the proof. On her screen is a document sent to Desiree Gonzalez.
I don't got time to read all this shit. Hey, listen, basically, Desiree Perez is a fixer. She's a chick who's been doing, she was really into some crime shit. Clearly, Jay-Z trusts her, puts her in a position. She's been running Rock Nation, but if you have somebody like that running Rock Nation, they might do some sleazy shit. They might try to fuck somebody over, and your association with them is going to be the indictment to maybe you're aware of some of this stuff and you're just letting it happen, right? Okay. Few other things, people. Shouts to my boy, NBA Youngboy. He has struck a plea with the United States government, if you guys don't know. Shout out to my man, Brad, for Cohen. He basically predicted this, and Youngboy has struck what's called a global plea. So he's settled, or he's entered into an agreement with both the state government and also the federal government. And it was also, it was pretty much detailed in court. I'm going to read through this real quick. It's 10 pages, but I'm not going to read through everything. Essentially, this is the plea. Youngboy hereby acknowledges that he's been advised of his rights. Part of the agreement with the United States, he's going to plead guilty to count one of the indictment. You don't know what that is. Let me just get to some interesting part. So he's pleading guilty. Said the elements of each count, felon in possession of firearms, is that he's pleading guilty that he knowingly had a firearm after being convicted of a crime punishable by imprisonment for a term longer than a year, which means a felon. Okay, he's pleading that he knowingly possessed the firearms and that the firearms were in and affecting commerce. Okay, now this is where the penalty for the charge comes in. All right, give me a second. Okay. So this is a stipulated sentence. It says, pursuant to rule, blah, blah. The federal rules of criminal procedures and sentences imposed by the court will be as follows, okay? Which it's been agreed that they're reasonable sentences. He's going to be getting 27 months for gun possession as a felon, federal gun possession, with credit for time served going back to May 10th. So now so he gets 4 months off of that. So really he's about to serve 23 months. If we look at 85% of 23 months, because that's, it's the feds. That's the only way they don't do early release like that. So, yeah, 23 times 0.85. He's going to do about 20 months, which honestly, in about a year from now, or let's say before we get on to 2026, he'll be free. So I think he got off pretty well. His federal case, he's pleading guilty with 27 months in prison. He's also getting 5 years in probation, by the way. So he's taking 5 years in probation for another charge. That will be consecutive to the 27 months in prison. And also he will have to pay a fine of $200,000, okay? Yeah. Now, as a part of that's his federal charge. He has a state charge for acting like he was a doctor and taking all these pills. It does say, hold on. Okay, here we go. And now it says, I understand that this plea agreement is solely between me and the United States Attorney for the District of Utah. Does not bind, blah, blah, blah. Okay, cool. It says case number, whatever, filed in the Utah 2nd District Court will be dismissed after my sentencing in case blah, blah, blah. I will enter plea agreements for these in the Utah First District Court. And essentially he's paying an extra $25,000 because whatever he pled guilty to before, they're going to just roll the indictment into whatever he pled guilty to before, everything's going to be consecutive. Concurrent. So he's doing one jail time, all right? He just has to pay about $225,000. He'll be getting out in like pretty much a year, 14 months. I think he got off easy. I think everybody was expecting him to get up to maybe 10 years. I thought he was going to get at least 4 or 5. Him getting out in 27 months, and he's taking a plea for everything, and it's going to allow him to just pretty much be free in a year. Young boy's winning. And you got to say salute to his attorney, Drew Finland. They say Drew Finland is a magician. He knows how to work the system. He knows everybody in the system. So for him to even get this type of plea and to resolve all young boy situations, I think that's a very, very dope thing. So young boy will be getting out. I'm going to say at the top of or at the bottom of 2025 or possibly the top of 2026. That's the sentence he's gotten for being a felon in possession of a firearm. And I think it's reasonable because people have seen way more astronomical numbers based on those facts. Okay? Cool. All right. So YB's going to be free, pay $225,000, spend 27 months, which actually comes down to about like, it would be 23 months, which actually comes down to about like 19 months. But then once everything is served, it's expected that he'll be out quite soon. Right? Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. So we kind of went through the, I don't know why the fuck. Yeah, we went through Jay-Z and Birdman. We went through Jay-Z and Nicki, Jay-Z and Drake. We went through the Desiree Perez thing. We did a Tyreek Hill video and the YB plea thing. That's just kind of like, it's kind of like easy. We already did that too, though. All right. The next thing is this YSL case. The YSL case is picking up. I've been looking at the live viewers. They're getting more and more people just constantly into it every single time. Watching the YSL case now, I'm watching 30,000 people constantly live watching this. And because since Woody's gotten off the stand, we're getting to pretty much, I think, a month or maybe 2 months till the state's case is going to be almost exhausted in terms of the main witnesses. They're going to go into some experts and stuff like that. But I said before, Woody was the halfway mark through the case. So people are watching this because, again, it still could end the mistrial and it could just like completely just self-destruct. Anyway, there's a new person on the stand, and this person, I believe, is Antonio Sledge. If you guys remember, this was one of the guys who was, acting like he wasn't going to tell until he told, okay? This was like preliminary hearings and bond hearings. This guy he wasn't with the snitch shit, but I think everybody's seen how Woody's living. Everybody's starting to change their minds. Anyway, he was on the stand today, and while on the stand, the prosecutor, him and the prosecutor had this interesting like back and forth because some people believe the prosecutor has been trying to intimidate the witnesses. Listen to this.
Agreement that you entered on December 28th, 2022. Did you ever stop and ask the judge or tell the judge you wanted to clarify anything?
No, because I thought my lawyer had already did that.
And when you heard the state read out factual acknowledgments and ask you if they were true and correct, did you ever indicate part of them are true, but part of them are not?
I didn't think I could speak that in court.
Why did you think you could not speak it in court?
Because I ain't thinking, like, I could just burst out and say that while the judge reading, or while you was reading off, because the judge didn't read it off. I ain't think I can do that. That was never explained to me.
Between December 28th, 2022 and last week, did someone tell you you could burst out while the state was reading something?
No.
Interrupt?
No.
So last week when I was asking you questions and you told the judge I gave you a headache and made your blood pressure go up.
What the hell?
You felt comfortable enough. Did you feel comfortable enough to do that?
Because I'm on the stand trying to explain. When you sit back there, you ain't explaining. But when you sitting on this side, you call me here to tell my truth and my understanding. And that's what I'm giving you. I can't give you nothing else. I'm only giving you my truth.
Okay. And so when you were sitting at the table next to your lawyer, did you feel more or less comfortable about giving your truth?
I don't recall.
Do you want to answer the question?
I just answered.
No, I'm asking you, do you want to answer?
I want to answer any question that you got for me, but if I don't remember, I don't remember.
And so what is it that you don't recall about being at the table with your lawyer?
I just don't recall, my love. I ain't trying to give you a hard time. But it looked like you trying to give me a hard time.
All right. Mr. Sledge, would you tell the jury, as between when you were in court on December 28th, 2022, and when you have been in court for the last 4 days, if there is anything different about parties in the courtroom that you can point out?
No.
So everyone here in the courtroom was in the courtroom with you on December 28th, 2022?
When did you say?
Relevance.
Your Honor, it goes to changes.
Okay, overruled.
Could you repeat it?
Were each of the people now in the courtroom today were...
Hang on. Yes.
Yeah, essentially, they get into a bunch of sidebars. Then they go back into open court.
Is that because that's going to be a whole lot of people? Just get to the point that you want to ask.
Yes. You already said I was here. Was there a court reporter here in the courtroom? Not this one, but a court reporter?
I think so.
Were there deputies?
I think so.
Were there DA investigators?
I think, yes.
Obviously, you said your lawyer was here?
Yes.
All right. Was your friend Shannon here?
If you're trying to get to the point...
Mr. Sledge, I'm not trying to get to anything, and I really do need you to just answer the question. So if you could please, Your Honor, if the court would instruct the witness to answer the question.
Listen to the question and answer the question.
And then you
asked,
can
and
explain.
then you may explain it.
I would ask
Thank
that
you.
he be allowed to complete his answer.
And Your Honor, since his answer was not responsive.
His answer was not responsive.
I'd ask that you...
Re-ask the question.
Was your friend, Mr. Stillwell, here in court with you on December 28th, 2022?
No.
Was your friend, Defendant Williams, here in court with you on December 28th, 2022?
No.
Was your friend, Defendant Kendrick, here in court with you on December 28th, 2022?
No.
Was
in attendance at the time he took his plea.
Your Honor,
I'd have told you the same thing. What if they was in my face or not in my face? I'm not scared of them or you.
I don't want you to be.
Well, that's what you acting like it. That's what you acting like you trying to pay.
So do you want me to bring my voice down? And I apologize
Don't
if it
holler at
sounds
me.
like
I
I'm
ain't no
yelling.
child. Could I take a break? Y'all in the car.
Now, we've had so many breaks this
Yeah,
morning. We
'cause
really
I'm-
need to get
I'm-
through this.
All right.
Yo, some of these witnesses, man. It's like they all got the same script. Yo, Your Honor, let's take a break. They're checking the prosecutor. The prosecutor's like, oh, I'm gonna lower my voice.
So, Mr. Sledge, was either Quay that is in the courtroom here today in the courtroom with you on December 28th, 2022?
No.
Was Lil Rod in the courtroom with you on December 28, 2022.
Get to your point. No.
That is my point.
Your point is
Okay.
pointless.
Was the lawyer for Mr. Huey Quay in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was the lawyer for Quamarius Nichols in court with you on December 28, 2022?
No.
Was the lawyer for Little Rod in court with you?
Okay, he's just saying a bunch of nothing. Anyway, there's just continuous like tense moments. I believe this guy got a plea. Like, so here's how Fulton County is looking like a bunch of idiots. They gave mad people a plea, basically saying, "Hey, listen, in your plea, you're gonna agree that whether they're in a gang or they're whatever, we might not call you." Now everybody signed those plea agreements, and it was a get out of jail free card because did they stop doing violence? Did they start like being perfect citizens? Hell no. So that's kind of where we are with it. And I believe this guy got a plea, right? Yo, Bag Chaser, I do read the super chats. This guy got a plea, and now they come in court, and they're all doing the same script because they're all trying to save Thug.
On December 28, 2022.
I don't know if that's been asked and answered or not.
It was not.
Okay, well, go ahead if you say it was.
Was the lawyer for
No.
Little Rod?
No.
Okay. All right. So it's a bunch of bullshit still going on in this YSL case. If you guys watch it, and you guys do watch it during the daytime, it's being streamed on, I believe, 11 Alive and also Law and Crimes. All you're seeing is like these prosecutors are out of their league. The judges helping them as much as they can. All the witnesses that they gave these deals to it, and that's the thing. I think the fucked up thing about this whole case for the prosecutors, y'all gave mad niggas deals, basically telling them, "Oh, we might call you," and all the people y'all have called, they don't remember shit. They're acting like, "Oh no," they're basically trying to help thugs. So it's like, yo, these prosecutors are fucked. They gave out too many deals. It would be different if niggas was sitting in jail, but these niggas have been sitting at home, and it's almost like they're damn near voluntarily coming because even though it was already put that, these people who are taking a stand for the prosecutor have immunity, they're not moving like that. They're not moving like that, and puts obviously the prosecutors in a different type of bag because they gotta make something make sense. Real quick, I want to say rest in peace to, of course, Rich Homie Quan. His father spoke about, some funeral arrangements and
icon, a real influencer is Rich Homie Quan. Died yesterday at an Atlanta hospital. He was just 34 years old. Investigators are still trying to determine his cause of death, but foul play is not suspected at this time. Channel 2's Michael Seiden spoke exclusively with the late rapper's father, and he's now live with us, Michael, in Northwest
Shouts to my boy
Atlanta with
Michael.
this emotional story.
Yeah, Justin, we are inside the Trap Music Museum where they pay tributes to some of the most influential rappers that come out of Atlanta. We're talking about people like Future here. You got 21 Savage and, of course, Rich Homie Quan. Now, he is from Atlanta, but he gained national success, but he never forgot his roots. Beloved by millions, rapper Rich Homie Quan gained mainstream fame through trap singles like Type of Way, Flex, and Lifestyle. But the 34-year-old hip-hop star's life came to a tragic end Thursday after he was found unresponsive at his home, then rushed to a hospital where he was pronounced dead. Right now, the cause of his death remains under investigation. On Friday, I spoke exclusively with his father, Corey Lamar, who got emotional as he talked about what it was like to watch his son mature into a loving and caring father of 5.
He had all of his kids with him, and he was happy.
Wait, are all kids from... Sorry. I'm like... Damn. Watching his father cry is tough. He had all 5 kids from the same woman?
He had ever had, just all of them.
Rich Homie Quan, whose real name was DeQuantes Lamar, grew up in Atlanta and graduated from DeKalb County's McNair High School. Jewel Wicker is an entertainment and culture reporter who has written for Billboard, GQ, and the New York Times.
He had these really hyper-local lyrics, but these melodies and these hooks that were really accessible and really pop-friendly, mainstream-friendly, and I think that's a part of what the appeal of him as an artist was. He was a really integral part of Atlanta's sound and the way that it kind of took the global stage.
Yeah, back out here, his father told me they are still working on finalizing the funeral plans, but they want to have a big public funeral to celebrate his son's life. He also wanted me to tell all of his son's fans out there, friends, even family members, thank you so much for all the prayers and support during this difficult time. We're live in Northwest Atlanta. Michael Seiden, Channel 2 Action News.
Answered questions, but getting the answer.
Absolutely just so sad. By the way, so his father's planning the funeral. Apparently the funeral is going to be public. It's going to be, not obviously they're going to probably have a private ceremony, but they're going to do a public ceremony as well. They're going to encourage fans to come out. And I ain't going to lie to you. All y'all little fake Atlanta rappers who finally start responding to him after he died, posting him up on your gram. Y'all wouldn't give him a verse nor a beat. This is where y'all get to, you know what I mean? This is where y'all get to do y'all thing. Go out to the public funeral, start crying. This is where y'all supposed to act like, oh man, they really took my twin away, even though you didn't fuck with him before he died. I know he's somewhere just looking down like, damn, couldn't get a Metro beat before this shit. But this nigga over here, he's trying to just cook it up until the casket drop in the ground. I get it, okay? His father did speak again to a podcast, and let me see if I can play what his father said. He called in. This is what he said.
What are some of those values and scruples that you instilled?
Humility, kindness, always treat others with respect, never look down on a person. Because I was raised, the only time you look down on a man is when you're looking down to help him get up. Always put morals and values before a dollar. Don't sell your soul. And I always remember that the decisions you make today going to determine your future. And I always taught him to help people, man. I used to tell Quan all the time, out of all the people in the world, God chose you to be in this position. Don't take.
What are some of those values and scruples that you instilled?
Man, it's so heartbreaking hearing his father, trying to give some context. I know some of y'all are going to be critical, because you can never please everybody all the time. Some people going to be like, yo, why is his father doing an interview? I think his father knew who his son was. An entertainer by trade, but also by heart. Someone who was passionate about music. And I think having that understanding, that's why, of course you're going to have a private, private ceremony and everything, but they want to give the fans a chance to show some love as well. Very tough time for that family. Very tough time. There's no experience you could have that could make you numb to this. So you got to imagine these people are hurt. 100%. Okay? Now, I seen someone make this point. If Rich Homie Quan is found by the medical assistant to have died off, say, an overdose but it's because it's a bad pill, so it's a high degree or a high concentration of fentanyl in this particular pill. Whoever the person who sold him that pill go to jail too. And that's been a thing recently. It's like if you're selling drugs, even illegally, you are kind of responsible for the drugs you are selling, even though it's not legal. If you allow the drugs you sell to be laced, to be too much of a dose that could be lethal, you're going to get charged for shit. And I can't say I disagree with that particular stance. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh, boy. Man, pretty fucking sad. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's pretty fucking sad.
You're his father, but it's not like he looked at you as a mentor and really like a best friend.
Yeah, we had a unique relationship because we were father and son. But we had a like he called, well, we called each other my best friend. We spoke daily. We spoke several times. The day before he passed, I looked at my phone. We were on the phone like 11 times. We had a bond. You know, we had a bond. Like, I grew up without my father. So I knew that if I ever had kids, I was going to be in their lives. And I've been in his life since day one up until he passed. So yeah, we had a unique bond, you know.
You're his father.
Wow. Fucking sad, man. Sad. Okay. All right. I pretty much ran through the topics that I kind of had. Most of the stuff was really the Jay-Z shit. I don't have to keep hammering home the Jay-Z shit. Bruh, Jay-Z has a long history of snaking everybody. And when I mean snaking everybody, I don't mean this guy is like a guy who will just get you killed. Jay-Z is someone who is a businessman. He operates from the stance of how could I increase my profit, pad my pockets, secure generation wealth for, you know, Sir Carter and Blue Ivy Carter and all these other, you know, of his kids. But that's all he is, right? You know, he realizes that people look up to him and people believe that because of his cultural currency, like that he's doing things only for the benefit of our black culture and also our hip hop culture. And, you know, he just showed us multiple times that ain't a thing. He's still a man. He has access to grind. For whatever reason, he still got something against 50, Wayne, Drake. And I don't know if I could tell him to get over whatever that is. You get what I'm saying? Even though I do think it's a conflict of interest, if you have a nigga who's a hater and he's supposed to be independently or on a neutral level trying to pick artists that could be performing at a game, right? So, you know, it is what it is. Everything that Nicki Minaj said was right. Do I think Birdman could do anything? Fuck no. I'm going to just be honest with you. I don't think, like, yo, where Jay-Z's clocking at right now, you can't do nothing to Jay-Z unless you fuck up on his business. And the businesses he has going on right now are, it's impervious to some of the fuck shit that you would normally see people try to do. You don't know what Jay-Z has, you know, his money invested in, who's holding or what holdings. You only hear about some of these deals when they get done or they get settled. He got $850 million from Bacardi for Douce. He got $300 million from Square to buy Tidal. Like the nigga just, he knows how to fucking move. So again, if you need to be convinced of what type of person Jay-Z is, I just think, you know, You're just not that educated. So get educated first before we could even have a conversation about it. So I don't knock it. I don't knock it. I just see it for what it is. So Birdman being upset, Boosie being upset, Hurricane Chris being upset. Again, I keep telling y'all, he wouldn't do this if it was going down in his hometown, right around the corner from him. Okay? All right. Why do I feel like there might have been another hip-hop topic that I forgot? If not, chat, again, I'm still working with the voice thing here. I might call it. No. I know we only have 4 hours, but shit, it gets the streak going for one more day. All right. Juvenile spoke. Let's see what Juvenile said. There we go. I didn't know Juvenile spoke. Shit.
They didn't want me to speak on this Super Bowl situation. Look, I'm mad about the situation just like y'all, man, but, my hatred is toward the NFL. Not really the people that booked the halftime show. I'm mad at the people that hired the motherfuckers that booked the halftime show. I feel like y'all should step in. Y'all done threw 11 Super Bowls in New Orleans, man. Y'all have yet to put a hip-hop artist from New Orleans on the damn Super Bowl. Sure, y'all have put artists on the Super Bowl back in the days. Al Hurt, and the list goes on. Not too many. I feel like every time y'all come here, y'all should have somebody from our city on this shit. But this time it really hit hard when you don't have Lil Wayne on the show. I don't see how the fuck y'all don't have Lil Wayne doing a halftime show.
Yo, damn, I didn't realize New Orleans had 11 motherfucking halftime shows. Let me ask you a question. Because I seen Boosie said that New Orleans is the most cultural city in America. I've never been to New Orleans. Birdman invited me there before to go to. He wanted to do an interview with me, him, and Slim at like Essence Fest. I don't know why I didn't do it, but whatever. I guess the question is then, if there's 11 Super Bowls that's been to New Orleans, I'm wondering what New Orleans means to, let's just say, culture. And if you want to take culture to mean black culture, you could. If you want to take it to mean overall culture, you could. Is it a reason why New Orleans has gotten that many Super Bowls? Because that does seem like a lot. Now, again, Boosie said it's the most cultural city. And when we think about it, I always hear even like the food, the some of the traditions that supposedly still heavy in New Orleans. It feels like it angles towards a lot of, black culture that people are proud of. But I'm also trying to think what else? What other city could be compared to that? I don't think New York is the most cultural city. Memphis, nah. Los Angeles, nah. Maybe he has a point. Maybe he does have a point that the New Orleans might be one of the most cultural cities in the United States. Atlanta? I think Atlanta's kind of more new though. And even what Atlanta's culture is? Atlanta's culture is impacted by transplants, like people who don't live there and move there. So they're bringing, if you're moving there from New York, you're bringing a little bit of New York culture. You're moving there from St. Louis, you bring a little bit of St. Louis culture. You move there from Cali, you bring a little bit of that culture. Rather than New Orleans, I think New Orleans culture is very distinct. I've always heard New Orleans, and it feels like it's cemented in stone. That's the only reason why I would even do any pushback on Atlanta. Somebody said, what about Philly, Boston? Okay, Philly. Boston, I don't think people look at Boston as cultural. Philly, I'll say yes. Philly, yes. Philly, Yeah. Where else? Chat, why do y'all keep saying like y'all can still make fat? Yo, you know I'm still fat, right? Like I lost 20 pounds. I'm still fat. Like I still gotta lose like so I don't know if I ever told you about a weight loss journey, right? So it's like after my first day on Everyday Struggle, I'm the same weight now that I was the first day of Everyday Struggle. Like after that, I like gained 20 pounds and then I lost 20 pounds. So I'm back to that weight. Now I got to see if I could go below that weight. I think that weight's going to be hard to go below, but whatever. And even then, y'all can still make fat jokes. Just look at some old pictures. Detroit? Yeah, I can see Detroit. I've never heard about Detroit. The thing with Detroit, though, like with New Orleans, I've heard about it with like just music. I've heard about it with food. I've heard it do feel cultural when I hear about New Orleans, and I've never been there. I've never heard about Detroit with nothing cultural other than poverty. I'm gonna keep it a being with you. No disrespect to y'all. I've never heard about like Detroit, like, oh shit, yeah, if you ever come to Detroit, you got to get this food, or oh shit, this is what we do in Detroit. Nah, I never hear that shit. Nah, I'm gonna keep it a being. Chicago. Nah, Chicago eliminated from that. The moment I had a couple Chicago niggas on here and they told me that Cheetos and cheese was their national dish or their stateside dish or citywide dish, I'm like, y'all are good. Somebody said Houston. I think Houston's the new Atlanta, and Atlanta's too new. So Houston can't count. Y'all say Memphis. Memphis could be a thing. Bro, Houston, from what I've heard, and I haven't been to Houston. Well, have I been to Houston? Maybe. They say Houston is Atlanta 4 or 5 years ago. It was like a glory like phase for Atlanta. What happened now is that they done changed a lot of shit up with Atlanta. They're changing when the clubs could close, so they're killing the party scene. Apparently niggas is just acting too much up, so when that happens, they start to regulate. When they regulate, they kind of, run people out of the city who just only came to party and fuck shit up. Maybe Memphis. I can see Memphis. Memphis is a birthplace of rock and roll. DC. Nah, I'm not giving it to DC. Somebody said, you can't say Florida, you gotta give me a city. And there's no city in Florida that's like mad hip hop. Houston is a home of like Chopped and Screw. Yeah, no, I get that, but like still, I still feel like it's early. All right, half y'all niggas is trolling. Okay. All right. Anyway, people, I ain't gonna lie, I'm still trying to conserve my voice a bit, bro. So like, I'm not even gonna go too crazy today. And I know, I definitely plan to stay like an hour and a half more, but we're gonna call it, bro. I didn't really have too many topics. I mean, I guess I could do this Tory Lane shit. Yeah, let's do the Tory Lane shit. I'm trying to find a reason to stay on. Okay, yo, so Tory Lanez, like his team hit me earlier today. They were like, yo, bruv, you know what I mean? They said Tory Lanez recording equipment got seized by the prison guards after the cell block raid amid the prison tape success. And the first thing I said was, I had to call the prison that Taxstone was at because I don't know how this nigga keep having a phone. Like this nigga online threatening niggas. He's trying to kill niggas again. I had to, listen, I was trying to talk to the warden over there. Yes. Yeah, brother. This is how this is why you locked up, gang. Somebody sent us to Taxstone. Every time you tweet at me, I'm calling the warden. Me and that nigga, we pen pals now, nigga. We texting and shit like that. We like ready to sell tomorrow. Yeah, that's what happened when you get locked up because you did some dumb shit, okay? Now, That's Taxstone. He's an idiot. Tory, that's my man's. You feel me? I want Tory to make some music in jail. Tory should make some great music in jail. Except, Tory, I think you snitched on yourself, buddy. Yo, Tory has to take some accountability, and that's my man's. He is my man's, but we got to keep it a beam. Tory got to take accountability. Tory, half of why you sitting in jail is because you snitched on yourself during that first phone call. Remember that first phone call when that nigga got locked up and he called Kelsey? Bruv, they played that in court. Nigga, anybody with a brain says you were guilty, yo. Tory jail call. Y'all remember this one? Right here?
No.
Right here.
Tory?
An inmate at LAPD jail. This call is subject to recording and monitoring. Press 1 to accept the call. To deny this call.
I would think by now Tory know how to move covertly. Here's the thing. Tory announced he's making music from jail. And then now Tory's shocked that they raided his jail cell. Like, come on, bruv. Like, trust me, I'm on the wave. I want to blame Bigfoot for motherfucking snitching on you too. You get what I'm saying? But brother, you can't name something the prison tapes and then get surprised they raided the prison and found the iPhone or whatever you're recording on. Anyway, look like Tory's, etiquette in jail just might not be the best, man. Because I think half of what landed him here was this.
What hospital y'all at?
About what?
You said what?
You're listening to Street
I
TV.
said Megan's in the hospital still. I'm outside the hospital waiting.
What hospital are you at?
I don't know.
Yo, Tory, if you was thinking 10 steps ahead, you'd have said, bitch, why you shoot that girl? Yo, Tory, if you had whispered that on a jail phone, nigga, you would have been home free, nigga. Why you whispered this on? Yo, why you shoot that girl, Meg? And even if she was like, what? Just be like, never mind, my bad. I'm tweaking. Anyway, you good? That's all you had to do, Tory. Yo, you know what the funny thing is? I'm talking to Tory's people. I'm gonna say 1/10 of the reason why Tory in jail. Tory got too much pride to snitch. You feel me? Like, Tory had too much pride to snitch. Don't want to talk to the investigators. Did not want to mention the fact that Kelsey had the gun at some point. He didn't want to say nothing about nothing. And what basically happened is that in the heat of the moment, they had statements from the women that kind of implicate him. He had to either talk to the detectives or take the stand. And explain it himself. But apparently they say Tory don't want to snitch. Nigga, I be singing like Tweety Bird, nigga. I be singing like Ruben Studdard, Rod Wave, Adele, Mariah Carey. I be singing like a bird, nigga. I'm going to be free. Anyway, they raided Tory's cell. They found his little recording equipment. They took it. Now, Tory had a whole lot of music planned. Tory was from what I'm hearing, they said Tory go to lunch and Tory rap battling at lunch. Word two. Like, Tory, he's keeping his rap skills up to par. So apparently Tory was going to just keep dropping music. The prison tapes was going to be like his 100 gigs. He was going to keep doing his thing. Except, brother, you can't even accuse nobody of snitching on you when you literally called what you recorded in jail the prison tapes. So unfortunately, his equipment was taken. I tried to talk to his team, and I suggested that they find somebody new to smuggle an iPhone in their ass crack that he could use to record. So, hopefully Tory will keep putting out new music soon. But for now, he cannot because they have found, his recording equipment. And it's kind of odd, right? You know what's funny? This is funny right here. Yo, Vibes Cartel was locked up, and I know y'all gonna be like, yo, you told my Vibes Cartel again. Vibes Cartel record in jail. He explained how he recorded music in jail. This shit is bananas when you see it. Listen to this.
I mean, you had Fever is one of your biggest records of all time. It came out while you were gone. So how much can you say about like what that process was like?
It wasn't really that hard because, you know, technology made it.
All right, hold on. I gotta slow this down then. Here we go.
Easier, you know, I used to record on the iPhone.
With a mic? You got a mic attached to it?
No mic. I had to DJ directly into the iPhone.
Straight into the phone?
Yeah, but...
All right, let me just go there.
Hey, good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good evening.
And good night.
Into the iPhone.
Oh yeah, here.
It's all good, man. It's all good. Remember, I'm out right now, so I'm out right now.
Okay, because like the first couple.
So he's breaking down recording in prison, which I have to imagine that Tory's doing something of the same if Tory's creating music in prison. Now, here's the thing. With Tory, we have to really figure out if he's recording in prison. I mean, I know they took some equipment. We don't know how much he recorded in prison because the thing is, Vibes Cartel was dropping the most music while locked up. So even, you know, at first they were like, no, it came from his catalog. Eventually they were like, bruh, it's no way he has this much music. And now, since he's free, he's admitting, nigga, I was recording in prison. So listen to his process.
Years, you were still releasing music and everybody was like, yo, he just records so much that it's just music that's been left over that's coming out. And then after 5 years, we were like, yo, my man, what's going on here? Like,
now music.
He's like referencing modern day shit. We're like, what's going on here?
Well, initially that was true because I did record a lot of songs. So like in the first year, yeah, we had songs unreleased. But then, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
The songs ran out and we had to do what we had to do. So that's when I started recording like behind bars, which was, I mean, it wasn't really that hard because, you know, technology made it easier. You know, I used to record on the iPhone 6. Yeah, because it has an amazing, not the 6, the 5 Plus. Or the 5, what's it? The 5 Steady? Or the 5S, something like that. Yeah, but it has an amazing sound quality. Yeah, so Fever, all those songs were recorded on that little iPhone.
With a mic? Yo, that's crazy. He recorded all, like, if you listen to some of his music, like, it sounds like he got a studio in there.
You got a mic attached to it?
No mic. I had to DJ directly into the iPhone.
Straight into the phone?
Yeah, but I used my on the bunk. They gave you a mattress, right? Oh my God. So I used the mattress to imitate the padding in the studio.
Now, granted, you gotta remember this guy right here, Vibes Cartel, the world boss. There's rumors that, you know, again, remember this is Jamaica. There's rumors that, you know, at nighttime he was allowed to leave the jail cell whenever he wanted to. He's not confirming that. So, you know, a lot of people used to believe that he would leave the jail to go to a studio and record. Right now, he's saying he didn't leave the jail and he was just recording in the jail. He's telling you how.
So I had the phone like 3 feet away from my face and I wrapped the mattress around my head and recorded.
Yo.
It was crazy, man. On my knees too.
And you have the beat?
It was crazy, bro.
You have the beat in the headphones?
Yes, I had the beat in a separate, exactly. So the beat was in the headphones in a separate phone and the iPhone or on my iPad and then I record directly into the iPhone. So, you know, it went into the iPhone as a cappella. And then we had to send it to the studio and the engineer. Yeah.
Of course. You must have an amazing engineer or a set of engineers.
A set of them. Big up Dunwell and big up Red Boom. Yeah, man. Trust me.
Man,
that is
and then
crazy.
So let me ask, like, what time of day would you record? Like, was it people watching you record?
No, most of the time we had to record like at night, but sometimes it had to be like at 12 o'clock when the most of the officers would be like on lunch break.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so for like, and I would still have to be watching. So I'd be like,
Yeah.
fever, and then I had to get up and look. You know what I mean? So it was crazy. It was line by line. Like, yeah, it was crazy. You know what I mean? But it had to be.
So they didn't. So you just record all your vocals, all the different parts, all the different sets, and then send it to the studio, and they would put it together, piece it together.
Dunwell would piece it together. But after I'd recorded, then I would make a demo. So I would play the rhythm loud, and then DJ. So like a demo, so they knew what to follow. Yeah.
For years, we've been wondering how you put out all this.
Yeah, so essentially he just gave the secret sauce on how he recorded music. This is if you want to believe this, because again, a lot of people believe this guy is so powerful. Jail for him was like living at your crib. You know what I mean? Like he gets to come and go when he wants to, and he just has to be in jail as a formality, but he's living the best life. Yeah, if you believe that, you believe that. If you don't believe that, I guess this story would be compelling. Now, in terms of Tory Lanez, how many years Tory got? Tory gonna be at this for a while. Tory Lanez sentence. Oh, he got 10 years. Holy shit. And he got sentenced. When did he get sentenced? Yeah, he got sentenced in what year? I don't know why it says September 2023. I feel like he's been in for like 2 years now. It's only been 1 year? Yeah, it looks like it's been about a year since his sentencing, but he was locked up before sentencing. He was remanded after the verdict came down, which was, I believe, like in December. So he's been locked up for like a year and a half or so. Wow. Tough shit for Tory, man. I genuinely wonder what's his plan. You're given 10 years, even if you serve 4. They're supposedly trying to kick you out of the United States. Like, is Tory gonna go back to Canada? I don't know, man. All right. Anyway, they took Tory shit, but look out. I do think some way, somehow, he's talented enough that he'll get somehow new music to y'all. Okay. All right. Playboy Cardi in a sling. I don't care. What else? We talked about that. We talked about the young boy thing. We rest in peace to James Earl Jones. Talked about Nicki and Jay-Z. Nicki Minaj beef. Yeah, Nicki has this really interesting beef with the Rock Nation shit. Let's see.
What we've been asking about, strict memory. As the years go on.
Nah, I don't want to watch that. Yeah, I'm over the Nicki shit now. Nicki Minaj doubles down. We've seen that already. Apparently, a mural of Kendrick Lamar got vandalized. Have you seen this? I don't get what this is. And again, I think the West Coast should be very proud of Kendrick. He's made it where there's a possibility that right now the number one rapper is on the West Coast. So fuck it. Yeah, whoever who did this on the West Coast, man, get out of y'all feelings. Kendrick is y'all niggas Jesus. Get the fuck over it. And he's not giving none of y'all niggas a verse. All y'all niggas gonna flop. We gonna laugh at the rest of y'all for doing like 3,000 records sold. But Kendrick, when he drops, he gonna do 700K. That's how it is, bro. So don't vandalize his goddamn statue. What you should do is kneel in front of it and beg this nigga. Hopefully he'll bring you to the pop out part 2. Okay. Who just sent? Somebody just sent a donation talking about. You heard me talking about Trump, and you're asking me about what? Yeah, give me a second. Yeah, me and Destiny were supposed to meet up a few times. So we were supposed to meet up, not necessarily debate, but just do some content. Let me see. Yes, I heard you talk about Trump last time. When will you talk to Destiny? He's super knowledgeable and intelligent on that topic. He streams almost every day. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for him. He was supposed to come here, then some plans change. You know, that's normal shit though. So whenever we get a chance to be in the same area, we'll lock in for a podcast. We haven't had the chance yet to meet on stream, but I'd rather do the podcast than we could chop it up on stream. But it doesn't matter either way. I rock with him. The Tupac case? What do you mean the Tupac case? There's not much about the Tupac case happening, Chad. Like, literally, they're about to take. Remember, Keefe D's the only person that's remaining alive. They're trying to take him to trial. His lawyers are trying to like delay that as much as possible, trying to get him out on bond that he could, start paying some of the bills of the legal fees by doing interviews or whatever you have it. And that case won't be decided for another year and a half. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I do believe that if your high hopes is that Keefe D will be found guilty, I actually don't know. It's been 30 years. No one has really kept the greatest of evidence that could help prosecute this guy. So really, Keefe D's situation is going off his own words, and they're going to use his own words saying, well, you said this, you said that. And, I mean, he could still try to pull the YSL Woody by saying, yo, no, I lied, or this and third. But we don't know. We don't know. Right? Talk to Mark Lamont Hill for what? Yeah. And I guess I'll touch on this. I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Tyrese is so confusing to me. Every time I hear Tyrese talking, to me, Tyrese is just an eloquent NBA youngboy. Okay. I heard him talk about Joe and said that Joe didn't, Joe hasn't gotten married. But bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm sick and tired of being involved in Tyrese's situation or even knowing about it. I don't think Tyrese is really getting taken advantage of that much. Tyrese, you're a really successful actor. And what we need to tell Tyrese is that even though he's trying to seek his 4th or 5th marriage, brother, if you care that much about your money being given away to a potential ex-partner, why are you getting married? That's the number one reason why wealthy people or men with money don't get married, because they don't want to get in a situation where the love dries up, but the money got to still flow. Either that or get a prenup. So every single time I see Tyrese kind of doing this woe is me thing, yo, listen, whatever the child support is, nigga, you keep having kids with these women and keep trying to pursue marriage. Whatever the alimony, the child support is, pay it. And let me tell you one thing about this, is just reality of things. If you ever see some child support, orders or a payment that is ordered by a judge, or let's say the IRS comes in and says somebody owes $50 million, you don't owe, these judges look at what you make. They're not going to tell you owe what you can't make or you owe what you don't have. So you can't feel too bad for Tyrese because I think Tyrese is chasing some of the things that's got him in the position he's gotten. So at some point, we got to tell Tyrese, man, pay your child support in peace. And whatever you got going on with your baby mothers or whatever the case is, we just don't give a fuck no more. We don't care. So he starts out by saying at 9 a.m. in the morning, I might be arrested in court. Samantha's lawyer, blah, blah, who are besties. I don't know why Tyrese act like he not like 45. Like, yo, you got some money. Even though she's suing you in civil court or in family court, you have to pay for her lawyer because you are technically still married to her. So, again, I just don't understand Tyrese, period, bro. I literally, for the life of me, don't understand him because I feel like he wants sympathy, but we just don't give a fuck enough, bro. I'm sorry. And it would be different if he's like, yo, hey, I fucked up. This girl finessed me. You know, it's a fool. Fool me once, that's on me. Or no, fool me once, that's on you. Fool me twice, that's definitely on me, right? It's like, yo, bruv, you're still trying to chase the same things that's gotten you this result. And we got to just tell Tyrese, cut it out, bro. Please cut it out. Okay? Either that or just pray for that nigga, man. There was a Tyreek Hill thing. Okay, did y'all hear what Cameron and them said?
No reason why Lil Wayne should not be performing the Super Bowl. There's one person who's stopping this. I know, it's not really a secret. Lil Wayne had a problem with somebody before who's kind of part of the organization running it. This is payback. Who's that? Who's Lil Wayne artist? Drake.
Yeah, this age is crazy.
It's crazy, bro. It's ridiculous. Like Mike, there's no reason why Lil Wayne should not be. Lil Wayne not to be performing in New Orleans for the Super Bowl is egregious, and it gotta stop. It gotta stop. Mike, we'll tell you what's going on later. It gotta stop, bro. It gotta stop, man.
Yeah, and I'm doubling down on that. Hating at this age is crazy.
Yeah, it's wild. I love Lil Wayne.
Yeah, that's to you, Jay. Hating at that age is crazy. Yo, put it like that. Jay is one of them niggas. I keep telling you, he's a generational hater, bro.
It's wild, bro.
Man. I work with Lil Wayne. I love him. Great dude. Great dude.
And this has nothing towards Kendrick. If anybody deserved it, Kendrick deserved it. But there's some backstory going on.
Yeah.
Lil Wayne not to be performing in New Orleans for the Super Bowl is egregious. And it gotta stop. It gotta stop. Mike, we'll tell you what's going on later. It gotta stop, bro. It gotta stop, man.
Yeah, and I'm doubling down on that. Hating at this age is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jay, cut it out, brother. Jay gotta cut it out. Give me a second. Is it Art of Dialogue? Yeah. I click on the wrong thing. Here's a full clip of that.
I think it's a great opportunity.
Not just Hot Boys, Cash Money, all the songs Lil Wayne's done, whether it's Blink 182, there's no reason why Lil Wayne should not be performing the Super Bowl. There's one person who's stopping this. I know, it's not really a secret. Lil Wayne had a problem with somebody before who's kind of part of the organization running it. This is payback. Who's that? Who's Lil Wayne artist? Drake.
Yeah, hating at this age is crazy.
It's crazy, bro. It's ridiculous. Like Mike, there's some hip hop shit that you probably don't know what's going on. To be totally honest with you, so we'll school you behind the scenes. Lil Wayne not to be performing in New Orleans for the Super Bowl is egregious. And it gotta stop. It gotta stop. Mike, we'll tell you what's going on later. It gotta stop, bro. It gotta stop, man.
Yeah, and I'm doubling down on that. Hating at this age is crazy.
Yeah, it's wild. I love Lil Wayne. It's wild, bro.
Man. I work with Lil Wayne. I love him. Great dude. Great dude.
And this has nothing towards Kendrick. If anybody deserved it, Kendrick deserved it. But there's some backstory shit going on.
Yeah.
While Lil Wayne is not performing the Super Bowl.
All
Right.
good points.
Right, I can dig it.
Yeah, that's sad. That's so sad. Yeah, that's like really sad. Like, come on, my nigga.
For real, bro.
You that insecure, man. Like, come on.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Me and you were supposed to be at Fanatics.
Same thing.
3 weeks ago. The week before Fanatics happens, Cam and Mace didn't sign the contract. We banned from Fanatics, but who's at Fanatics?
I'm gonna start saying names.
Yo, it's wild, man. It's wild.
The hate is crazy.
Yeah. We'll tell you about it later.
I don't know if you heard what he just slipped in there. Pause. He just said that, yo, Jay-Z being involved at Fanatics Fest. Apparently, they were supposed to show up for some type of contractual appearance, and then they got told, oh, yeah, you guys, nah, don't worry about it because y'all didn't sign the contract. And so they're looking at like, what the fuck?
The Mike, we'll tell you about it later.
We got to get bigger, though.
Yeah,
You're
man.
right, though. You're right. We'll hold on to stuff, man. And when we come together and get things done much bigger and better, you're right.
Yeah.
And we'll hold on to it forever. So I'm with you on that.
Yep. Yeah. But no, this has none against Kendrick Lamar.
Yeah, none against Kendrick.
We think if any kind of artist deserve it, but Lil Wayne not to perform in New Orleans at the Super Bowl, it's kind of tough, man.
Yeah, and I just said Hot Boys because everybody's out, you know? BG out, you know?
But what I'm saying is
Juvie.
You said everything right. But Lil Wayne's such a star, he could, you know how many songs he's done with other people, and then you bring the Hot Boys out at the end? Crazy.
Well, I can't speak on the other things, but I will add.
Okay. By the way, speaking of Wayne, a few people point out, they say, yo, this is the Wayne y'all want to perform. They say, yo, y'all mad Lil Wayne not performing at Super Bowl. Did y'all not see my rest? So a lot of people said that, bruh, that performance was garbage. They're like, yo, why the fuck we need this guy to perform at the Super Bowl? And, you know, I do think that Wayne would come with a great performance. Also, you know he would bring a bunch of guests and a lot of people would show him love. So, me in particular, I don't think it's necessarily, he's that bad of a performer, he should not be on that stage. So, I'm going to reject that instantly, okay? Travis Scott.
David, I got my name on the plate. Hey, yeah, that, yeah. Fuck around and put the boy brains on the gate. Hey, up, nigga, fuck him, let him play. Where I'm from, you see a fucking dead body. Hey, fuck it.
Yeah, even Travis Scott fucking with it.
Let down constantly. I respect him for that.
Yeah. Do you make that phone call to Drake every now and then? The phone call say, yo, thanks, bro, for continuing to put out the records.
Hey, bro, we have a mutual respect for one another. We used to talk a real lot about what he doing right now. He had a vision, and he focused, and he stayed on his vision and completing his mission. Drake is the biggest artist in the world, and the only artist that I think could be as big as Drake is Lil Wayne. And you know, Nicki right on the side. You know, Shorty, to me, Nicki is the best female ever in hip-hop history to me.
She put in a lot of work.
And her numbers don't lie. And
she
I
got
think
numbers.
She took rap, where you could put Nicki with the B's, the Rees, the Katie's.
Yeah.
That's never been done before.
Yeah. Kim took it far, Missy took it far.
They took it, but not to that level.
Yeah.
Not that level. Missy went a little further than Kim, but not the level where even
shout out to Birdman, man. All right. Anyway, chat, I'm getting fuck off of here, man. I'll be back on tomorrow. I might be doing some IRL shit tomorrow, so please watch out. So if I'm doing an IRL stream tomorrow, there's a couple things going on that I gotta like schedule to do. So we have the presidential debate. I know some of y'all don't give a fuck, but I think I would stream watching that. Obviously our hip hop topics, so that will be that stream. But I'm supposed to. I don't know. I got to go check on my nigga Silky, but Silky was supposed to come to New York. I was gonna IRL stream with him tomorrow, so we'll figure it out. I might have 2 streams for y'all tomorrow. one IRL and one regular hip hop shit, and then we're gonna watch the debate. All right. So chat, I'm getting off here for now. Save my voice a little bit for tomorrow to make sure I'm good. But appreciate you guys coming in, come checking me out. I appreciate you guys for watching anytime, and I will see y'all tomorrow. All right. Love y'all.